believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is our Conspiracy Monday show, where we're dealing with the biggest conspiracy of all, the possibility that Russia could be behind the government shutdown, pulling Donald Trump's strings, telling him what to do. Now, I put this idea of a 1,000-mile fence made of containers on the table for many, many months. Yet Donald refuses to take this idea and run with it. Partly because I think he's got contractors that want to make $25 billion off the American taxpayer. We could do this with stacked containers for $1 billion total. The 1,000-mile fence can be built. We could have it built now. We don't need to wait for the government to be financed to do this. We have the money necessary to build this with our VA super fund from 2007, which still has money in it. But Donald Trump doesn't have the brains to look in that fund. That's the problem. We've got a president who's taken my idea of a 1,000-mile fence, called it a wall, and when asked who's going to pay for it, Mexico's going to pay for it. We all knew he was a little bit out to lunch when he said that. Everyone said, why would Mexico pay for a wall in our country? Common sense tells you that, but not in Donald's world. Donald has stiffed people left and right in his business. He has over 150 indictments for not paying people and all kinds of business fraud. You chose a man who's been accused of fraud. Now we find out he's engaged in adultery, he paid people off to not know about his adulterous behavior. You literally hired a guy who is as corrupt as hell to be your president. And you watched him take my ideas and act like they're his own. And you sit here and wonder why this is such a huge, big deal for Trump to be constantly rolled over the coals by anybody, including the Democrats now investigating. Joe, you're no longer relevant to the state. You got to remain relevant in the show. Your chat is being judged. The active denial system was an idea that Eddie Ecuador came up with because it's a government plan to actually stop people in crowds. I immediately said, well, that would be great if we wanted to put it to use at the border. And I was the one that took the active denial system idea and applied it to the border. Eddie Ecuador didn't do that. I did. Now, these containers are fairly cheap. They're about $2,000 a piece. And they're not something you'd have to worry about, getting money to fund. They're ready to go. I could have bought a container like this just last week for $3,000 delivered to my house. Yes. It's a Hickey Freeman, one of the most incredible silk ties made in the world. Handmade. Thank you. It was given to me by someone. Well, I'm thinking we could bury one of the containers down deep underground. To make a space for this, we really need a D10 tractor, a John Deere. Something with that kind of capacity like this. Now, something like this would just go along slowly, digging a hole, say 8 feet deep. Then the container goes on, say 3 feet high. This can dig a hole no problem, especially with the skip loader on it like that. And just go along and scrape. Meanwhile, we bring the containers in, we drop them down one level, and we put it under the ground like that. Then we bring 2 levels on top, and we have enough in $1 billion to pay for all the containers. I was going to go too high, but the more people talked about building underground and digging and tunneling, why not put it underground? Why not go 3 high and have 1 down below? Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. Connect them. Make an underground tunnel system that has sensors in it that would sense any movement whatsoever. Now, Blue Raven has got our show being broadcast legally from his location on a small FM transmitter. And he's out there showing all kinds of things on his site, getting his name out there. We have another site at iVlog that gives people the ability to go on camera. And he's doing that and more. He's actually transmitting with an FM transmitter. See that? He's showing it to us right now. Thank you, Blue Raven. Yeah, you're doing great. See if you have an audio feed over there. Okay, I don't think he has his audio feed hooked up, but yeah. Good job. Yep, he's in there doing his thing. And we have the ability for multiple cameras to come in and do this. There he is, working at his home studio, spreading the word in his local area. And you muted yourself. That's fine. We'll get you on the camera to talk in another time. Tricking people is not the way to do this. We can't trick people into containers and send them on ships and take them out of here. It's just, that would last about... I know you got my sound on. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, sometimes if people have my sound on, they can't talk in it. How's it made? Uranium. P1. All right, I'm not sure what this is about, but we can add this to our show. It's got 6 million hits. I'll put it on tonight. Thank you. Jim Brewski. Yeah, I wouldn't hear you anyway. Yeah, stereo mix is necessary for him to stream. Thank you. And if you want to have any music on cue, we've got the chants of Byzantine chants here. That's about all the music I have. Now, we just spotted Donald Trump manipulating the news. This is pretty interesting. And we'll get to an even bigger story. Donald Trump is seen photoshopping his face to make his finger look longer. As president, the defense of our nation is my highest and most important duty, but they're trying to make him look thinner. Let's see if this works. You're seeing before and after pictures right now of Donald Trump. This is his real picture. And this is his photoshopped, making him look thinner and with a longer finger picture. Now this guy's, he's more than capable of lying incessantly to remain president so that Russia could continue their plan of shutting our country down. So he has no problem being Donald Trump. That much is a given. I mean, they hired a guy who can lie through his teeth. They got what they wanted. But just today, we had a story pop in here. A woman, a model, a Russian model who was, as you recall, I told you she was in Thailand for some alleged sex activity. She claimed that she had the goods on Donald Trump and the Russian oligarchs because she herself was related to a Russian oligarch. She was his mistress. This woman has now been detained in Moscow on her way to Belarus. And I'm sure they're not going to let her go to Belarus. This is what Moscow does to anybody who could blow the whistle on their little plan to control our country through Donald Trump. Watch this. These are Russian agents hauling her out of the airport and putting her in a wheelchair and taking her away. Okay, this is a woman who says she has evidence of Trump-Russian collusion. This is really important, by the way. What she's doing is called passive resistance. They just wanted to cart her out of there the easiest way possible. Her husband filmed as agents detained her at a Moscow airport. In 2016, Anastasia Vashukevich, a model, posted video of herself on a yacht owned by Oleg Deripaska, the Putin-aligned oligarch. This gets better. That's her right there. He's ex-partner. Yeah, he's ex-partner with Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chair and Russian oligarch. This gets good. She really does have the goods on Donald Trump, but Putin ordered her hauled into Moscow.
Manafort, the campaign chairman of the Trump campaign, was in debt to this mobbed up Russian businessman who was a crony of Vladimir Putin.
In 2017, a Russian anti-corruption activist highlighted the videos. This is Navalny, the Russian guy who wanted to run for president of Russia, who was told by Putin he couldn't run because he had somehow committed fraud. Vashukevich was soon arrested while traveling in Thailand.
Vashikevich's bizarre tale began last year when she was arrested and jailed in Thailand on prostitution charges.
She claims she recorded Deripaska discussing the election, the U.S. presidential election, which we're finding now that polling data was given. Michael Cohen said he gave polling data to the Russians prior to the election. Oh yeah, this gets really, really incredibly deep. And now this young woman, it could easily be facing death. They could be getting rid of her just to keep her silence. Just like they killed the man, Oleg Erevinkin, who handed the dossier over to Christopher Steele. And I don't know anybody that would possibly think that this guy wasn't killed for the death, was somehow related to this dossier. Russia killed the man who handed the dossier over. That's how much they wanted to keep this under wraps. This man died on Boxing Day of a heart attack at a very young age, right after he handed the dossier over to Christopher Steele, which we know is 85 to 95% accurate.
She says that she witnessed meetings between the Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska and at least 3 Americans who she refused to name. She claims they discussed plans to affect the U.S. elections.
And she offered to provide the recordings to the U.S. in exchange for asylum. But you notice nobody in our country wants to find this out. Even Mueller, who we believe now is a Russian shill or possibly working for the oligarchs themselves. I don't believe Mueller is doing his job. I'm not afraid of anyone. As America gives me protection, I will tell everything I know. I'm afraid to go back to Russia. Some strange things can happen. Now she's being hauled into Moscow. Vashukevich had agreed to plead guilty to prostitution charges, but she shouldn't be hauled into Moscow for no reason. She's done nothing wrong.
She reportedly had been offered safe passage. On her way home to Belarus, she reportedly had been told that even though she would have to stop in Moscow on her commercial flight on the way home to Belarus, she would be allowed to proceed home. But today, when she landed in Moscow for a change of flights, she was arrested.
The Trump administration moved to ease sanctions on Deripaska's companies. So Deripaska, the man who bribed Manafort and controlled him with a huge money loan, and we know that Manafort was Donald Trump's chairman when he first started the campaign. Deripaska had the sanctions eased by our country, which means goodbye. Never come back here. We don't want Trump tards in here, you stupid piece of crap. Get out of here. Yeah, I was trying to explain that she was being held against her will in Thailand, but now she's been released and Moscow seized her. Look, at Moscow looks more and more guilty of everything the more they do this. Seize people that could reveal the truth, kill people like Oleg Eravinkin, a known general in the FSB, killed right after he transferred the dossier to Christopher Steele. There's a trail of bodies leading to this. This is not some cover-up of any sort. This is a massive conspiracy beyond any of our imagination. That's why I'm saying that shutting down our government fits perfectly into the Russian plan. We saw the photoshopped inch-long finger, extra finger length. Yeah, we played that just now. Hey, thanks, Jim Bob. Appreciate it. We've got a lot of work to do to get the American people to be aware of what we're doing. But as you can see, we're doing this against all odds. And because this show goes on against all odds, and we don't even get money, veritably run on very little money, we don't get a penny hardly compared to so many other political organizations around the country. And we're just able to pull off a show every night. And we're censored in the mainstream media here in America. And people who are allowing us to do the show have been claiming they're making millions of dollars censoring us. I have that on testimony. I have various proof of engagement. We even know the Russians have been trying to stop this show from getting out there on the networks and for people to engage and chat with us. The U.S. is like a terrible car accident in slow motion. Well, the fact is, the person that had a website that we needed to go to when we were 1 million strong by 2012. We had 1 million people that had seen us around the world. And by actually 2010, we had about 1 million people. And we moved, at that point, we had a Blog TV show, and Blog TV got bought out from under us by what I believe is a federal informant. And I believe the government's been trying to censor us as well. Certain rogue agents within our government have been trying to censor us. So when Blog TV got bought out for a ridiculous $5 million when it was probably worth $1 billion, I don't know why they sold so cheap, but they probably had debt obligations. Anyway, they shut down, ostensibly. And the person that ran Blog TV basically let it go to pieces. $5 million down the tubes. He didn't even use the patent, which shows suspicious activity in my part. Basically on his part, what I see it as suspicious activity. Not on my part, but the part I see. All right, moving on. It's 0 degrees where you live. My goodness. I'm against what's happening. Censorship is completely illegal, and Mark is violating laws, in my opinion, but I'm not prosecuting him. I don't have the ability to prosecute somebody who's receiving millions of dollars on the side. Why would I want to waste my efforts to prosecute somebody like that when they could just tie me up in court? It's ridiculous. A bizarre creature described as Donald Trump's hairpiece has washed up on the beach. Let's take a look. Wow. It is bizarre. It's I've seen these things before. They're seaweed, aren't they? Yeah, I think it's seaweed. Experts are baffled. Yeah, all right. I'm glad you got your money designated to your hair pieces. Yeah, well, we have a show we can talk about every night. You know, the best thing about this show is perhaps my dedication. If I didn't have dedication like this to what I'm doing, I couldn't do this show. I've done it for nothing for 10 years now, not a penny. I haven't received a penny from any of this. We bought a camera with some of the funds. We do the show through a camera, and we have a microphone where I can take with me to do microphone pickups, but that's about it. It's actually a DAT recorder. Now, this site will burn your computer up because it's running, no, your CPU is running what is called CoinHive. So I'm going to show you how to do this to make it work better. Here's the Vaughn chat room. Go down here to your little toolbox here, your options. Go to this and go to pop-out chat. Now, I have pop-out chat running right now, but if you do that, and then you add this live video feed from Periscope, you should be fine. That's the Periscope feed. That'll get you the Vaughn chat room at the same time. Let me drop the CPU. There we go. That'll get you the Vaughn chat room and a CPU reduction in your CoinHive sucks 95% of your CPU power mining Bitcoins for Mark. At this point, we're all waiting to see, waiting for the shoe to drop. Most of us who are aware of our political catastrophe called American politics know that they have no power, that the average person is not represented by their leaders. We've got a subset of people, maybe 25 million, that think that Donald Trump is just the best thing that ever walked the face of the earth. We've got another probably 25 to 35 million that really think that Democrats have the way to the future, even though they failed every time at fixing our country. But then you've got, that's only about 70, I'd say 60 million people out of potential viewership and votership of about 150 million people. So we have potentially 80, 90 million people that aren't voting or are voting independent. Way more than the Democrats and Republicans. But they don't vote. If we could just get these people to vote, they could actually vote for a third party and knock the Democrats, Republicans out of the picture completely. That's a fact. But we're not going to be able to make that happen because we're censored hard in our own country. I've never been given any media time in American press other than to be making fun of me. Because I did a blackface video, they thought I was a bizarre fringe candidate. That's what Rolling Stone called me, which is in and of itself slander. Richard Dearlove helped Blair kill millions. The security services are a danger to our society and state. He was head of MI6. They adored him, the Blairs did. He approved the lying dossier on Iraq WMD, which led to wars, invasion. Yeah, that's nice. I just don't need a global research article on this guy right now. I'll read it later. Thank you, Gunter. Look at that. Liberty Bell said this, quote, I quote, I'll bring the chat in here. Liberty Bell said, wow. The pop-out chat and video from the link reduced the CPU usage to 15% from 90. There you go. Thank you. That's exactly what's going on. Thank you, Liberty Bell, for verifying this. I've never been a fringe party. We've always had the potential to grow, but because the media will not allow me into the scene because they know I look too good, for one. I sound too good. There are a lot of people that third party resonates among a lot of people. I'm a gun right advocate. I support your right to bear arms, more so than Trump himself. I'm not going to take away your right to bear arms and do the due process later, like he said. I don't even want to have gun control discussions. It's a waste of time. The right to bear arms. I also support the death penalty at a federal level, but I'm willing to acknowledge that states have their own abilities to decide whether they want to execute people that are guilty. The federal death penalty would allow only people that have solid genetic evidence proving their guilt to go to the death squad, or we'll make it lethal injection, but it'll be a lot nicer than what we have today. We are actually paying huge amounts of money for cocktails of lethal medicine to be delivered to people on death row. There's an industry built around this to create lethal medicine that causes nothing but pain. I don't consider that any type of humane issue. If we're going to engage in capital punishment, the least we could do is give them a benign substance that's easily readily available that would kill them instantly. It wouldn't cost us hardly anything. But our government's so into making money on killing people that they actually have an industry designed to torture people while they're killing them. It's crazy. It's bad enough those people committed crimes like murder that led to this death penalty. I don't think there's another crime that would lead to a death penalty besides the capital crime of murder. But that's where I agree with the Republicans. I also believe that the Tea Party had a good idea by reducing the cost of government and allowing more free enterprise to evolve. And that's essentially why I created a book with Sarah called Hybrid Capitalism. And Hybrid Capitalism Solutions for America involve unique ways in which our government can pay for itself without having to tax you. Great ideas, great ways of solving problems like generic medicine. Our government can't even produce generic Viagra. We're still not allowed, even though our U.S. tax dollars led to the development of Viagra, which is one of the most popular drugs out there. Anyway, I don't know. I don't believe that people should enjoy their exit from this world, nor do I think that they should be tortured exiting this world. I don't know anybody that would enjoy getting killed, unless they were totally suicidal. But my point is, why are we spending a lot of money on cocktails that torture them while they're being killed? It's absurd. Okay, we have a shocking video of Nikki Haley groveling and pandering at an AIPAC event. Ha! A woman who wants to make a big impression by running for a government, now sitting in an AIPAC office, sucking Zionist you-know-what. Look at this. The level of insanity has reached an all-new high when your diplomatic representative of the rest of the planet Earth makes it clear that she is in fact beholden to a foreign government. Unbelievable. Now, I have a strong anti-Zionist message, but I want everybody who's Jewish to know that I don't in any way believe that Jewish people are bad people or in any way wrong here. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist. Now, I believe that Israel exists, and we're not going to change that. We also have Israel as an ally, but we can't just sit back and give them every reason to keep us in Syria, like our current National Security Advisor, John Bolton, did last week. John Bolton reversed on Donald Trump's position to get out of Syria and said, no, we're going to stay, and told Netanyahu, we're staying. When did Israel decide to make our foreign policy? When the Israeli lobby, the AIPAC, American Israeli Political Action Committee, became the deciding factor in political races. Hillary took AIPAC money, Obama took AIPAC money, Trump pandered to AIPAC, much like Nikki Haley is doing right now. Now, a University of Oklahoma student was kicked out of her sorority just this past week, out of January 20th, kicked out of her sorority after posting a video of her friend in blackface. Now, when did free speech stop becoming a thing in America? I don't know who's rewriting laws, and our Bill of Rights needs to be protected. If somebody wants to do blackface like I did in 2009, they should be allowed to. And the only way I could have gotten past the censors is by doing blackface. Because had I not done blackface, I probably would only have about 150 viewers here tonight. But I have close to 150 million viewers tonight. all because of blackface. Using sarcasm and satire to make fun of a New World Order puppet president like Barack Obama, a Zionist elitist like Barack Obama, who ironically was working for Muslim interests as well. Well, the fact is Zionism is only 100 years old. Even the top rabbinical experts in Israel know that there's no reference to a state of Israel in the Torah. And the top Hasidic and Orthodox Jewish people know that many people are posing as Jews just to get a free way in to Israel. Or maybe to get free money, because we all give, our tax dollars go to $3.8 billion every year to Israel so that they can pay their people $30,000 a year to live there. And many Ashkenazis, I knew an Ashkenazi that moved to Israel thinking he was Jewish, when he wasn't really Jewish. His mother's mother wasn't Jewish. He felt that he just could go become, a landed immigrant, and it worked out great for him. He moved to the Golan Heights. He has a family. He's doing great. Sarah met the guy. So in some cases, people are, are led to go to Israel for that reason. But we shouldn't be funding that. Well, the fact is, we're different. America is different. We are allowing people of all different faiths to speak out. Jewish people can speak out. Muslims can speak out. Christians can speak out. Native Americans can speak out. We all have the ability to speak out. And no one really has the right to stop anyone's right to speak out. So when they called me names when I did that, it was kind of shocking to me that I would be accused of being racist for simply doing a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. I never said a racist slur in my life. It's just crazy when the very thing we were created to do, America, was to stop the oppression of England. The very thing that my great-great-great-great-grand relative who came over here fought to have freedom of religion is being eroded by a government that doesn't even understand freedom of speech. And when Trump said that people couldn't go to, is that organic, that silk almond? It's non-GMO, but is it organic? Yeah. We've got a viewer in here named Blue Raven who's also broadcasting our show. I said that earlier. But it is organic almond. Yeah, that's, you're getting a better drink with that drink, Blue Raven, than you'd be getting with milk. Standard milk, unless it says no growth hormones, has growth hormones. So you got to get milk without growth hormones. But even then, you don't know what kind of pesticides or herbicides are in your milk. But with almond milk, organic non-GMO almond milk, you get the same effect without getting the pesticides and herbicides. So I'm thinking of going off of milk entirely. I am. I'm thinking of going to almond milk. I mean, the transition is not that hard. The problem I encounter is I like to milk my coffee. And I like that little, almond milk doesn't quite get the same milking activity. Okay, baby Jessica rescued from well in 1987. Yeah. You want to play that tonight? Let's go to level 3 here.
All right. Right. And hopefully the board is, we've been told the board would be strapped to the paramedic as well, but I'm sure that is just a lifeline to that board. Right. But they are both coming up out of the well at the same time. You can see it moving. Both the rope and the cable are coming up at the same inch per foot at the same time.
Ronnie, I think I'm hearing the crowd react back there too as well.
Yeah.
It's getting louder.
We've got her. We're getting the indication. We're getting the indication. People are seeing it.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Seeing it. There she is.
There she is.
Baby Jessica.
Her eyes are open. You can see her eyes open.
I remember that America was glued to the TV screen when baby Jessica in 1987 was taken. All right. Thanks for that little tidbit of history. Appreciate it. Bloomberg is thinking of running another battle of the billionaires. Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York, again thinking of getting into the race. I hope that that he manages to get enough work so he'll have dermal abrasion treatment so his face doesn't look like a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Well, anyway, some of the Democratic Party heavy contenders started announcing their intention to run for president. But does anyone on the left want a candidate from the private sector as their nominee at the same time when some of the party are running hard against big business? He's going to have a tough road to hoe against Trump. Even though he's got more money than Trump, it's going to be interesting to see if he can pull off a veritable takeover of the Democratic Party, considering everybody's really against. Even though everybody's against big spenders in the Democratic Party. I don't know. Hillary's worth
they like
millions.
Spending the government money.
Yeah, they like spending the government money, and Hillary's worth millions. Not as much as Bloomberg or Trump, but Hillary's got plenty of money. She made from the Clinton Foundation, earning money from the Haitian donations of $5.4 billion, none of which, except for half of 1%, went to the Haitian people. Sarah doesn't want to run for vice president this turn around, but we're just going to go with me running and see if I can get any media coverage. So far, I haven't been able to get any media coverage in America in 10 years.
Oh, you got colloidal silver there, Blue Raven. Nice.
Yeah, he's trying to convince me to use chocolate almond soy milk to go into the coffee. I'm going to try to do that. Here's an idea, Sarah. If we have a guy like the truck that drove in front of my house today.
Why didn't you just pull it over here?
I will. This story is right there in our face.
The BioScarf. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm going to go forward with it. The BioScarf. A Health Ranger store is teaming up with a BioScarf to bring you the first functional, fashionable air filtration garment on the market. I'm interested, actually. I wouldn't mind crossing my street today when I picked up, you know, an item of something. Yeah, when I did some weeding, I ran into a huge plume of gas running a truck going 3 miles per gallon right in my face. Hey, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to go do some dinner, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Sounds good. Is my beautiful cat Fluffy, does she have... Oh, that is her mouth open. She's like, oh my goodness. Is that what she is? That's not like our coloring right there, right? Faithful to America's Third Party. Isla Fries is very faithful to America's Third Party. She loves David. And I can't blame her. I love David. Who wouldn't love David? He's a very lovable guy. The Invisible Crime, Part 2. Interesting. Alright, Blue Raven. I look well rested. Well, today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Yay. I woke up feeling like I have a cold, and I still do, but I did purposely rest today for the most part, just in order to, yeah, get better. Someone wants to get a new trivia book about, what would the point be? What's the trivia about? So I could learn some things. All right. The Senate is going to weigh Trump's proposal to end the shutdown, but the passage is unlikely. I don't have to live in the cold or in the coal. I do like sweaters of all kinds. Yeah, true. Okay. Okay. Hello, Victory. I'm glad you feel good being unbanned over there, right? The Russian Foreign Ministry is again accusing the U.S. of supporting the Islamic State. And the federal courts are running out of money amidst the shutdown. Hello, Shadow. From the Shadow Show. From Sarah's show, yes. Okay. Can I go full mathematical and unban 13% of the people banned at the moment? No, I don't think I have a code for that. A vapor for cannabis oil. Okay. Let's look at this. So the federal courts are running out of money. And they're bracing for shutdown pain. The partial shutdown continues with no end in sight. The legal system will be significantly affected. Within 2 weeks, the federal judiciary will be unable to maintain the current operations. It's been relying on money certain money they set aside before the shutdown. They've been cutting down on expenses like travel and new hiring. The court-appointed private lawyers who represent indigent defendants have been working without pay since late December. The Justice Department is among the executive branch agencies whose funding has lapsed. Some federal courts have issued orders postponing civil cases in which the Judicial Department is a party. They have to do triage decisions as to what they can do versus what they can't do. Trump administration has tried to blunt the effects of the shutdown by drawing up plans to recall thousands of employees in executive branch agencies like the IRS and Agriculture Department. It just accounts for 0.2% of annual federal spending. 0.2%. Is it end of February EBT ends, you say? I don't know. I haven't been following all of that. I read that it wouldn't be affected, but PBS says why many stores can't accept food stamps during the shutdown. SNAP benefits get February. SNAP recipients in Nebraska get February benefits 2 weeks early, but they might see their March benefits cut. Yeah, oh, the mob, you already got your February allotment of food stamps, and since you're not getting any additional food stamps to February, you do have to budget for that. Do I want to know something scary? Sure. I spent MLK Day in bed mostly because getting over
with the
head
government
cold. There's no lapse in benefits used by the people. The Department of Agriculture found a way to pay SNAP benefits earlier than normal. But they're telling users, be careful, manage your money to make sure it lasts longer. Oh, but stores who need to renew a license for the EBT program and who fail to meet a deadline before the shutdown, if they require a renewal, those renewals are on hold. I see. So certain stores cannot accept EBT because they have to be federally approved. Sounds like these up in Alaska, they have certain places, fisheries, that they're all set to open, but certain fishing boats haven't been federally approved, and so it's putting like $1 million fishing operations on hold because the fishing vessels have to be approved, and the one part of the government that's not shut down is the one that tickets them for operating an unapproved vessel. Okay, I totally missed your scary thing, Shadow. According to your weather, it's 0 degrees where you live. Oh my goodness, that's cold. Hello, beautiful cat Fluffy. So that's interesting. All right. I look smart with or without glasses on, either way. Because I've done a lot of reading. So I just have that look. Hello. I'm not really sure what David is cooking. All right. I'm just reading something from Bill Gates about the best investment he's ever made. Yeah. They put $10 billion into organizations that get medicines where they need to go. Wow. Despite great efforts in public health since World War II, people in developing countries are still dying at an alarming rate from illnesses that are easily treated with basic medicine. Wow. All right, I was obviously not. This is talking about how basically our government isn't investing in, has been, it's all about vaccines, yeah, it is, and how our government isn't investing in vaccinations for other third world countries. That's basically the gist of the article. Urging people to invest, or urge our government to invest, something like that. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Trismegistus, whatever your name is. Oh, I want to read this one. There's some good articles out that I like reading. The problem is I like reading but I'm silent when I read, and it doesn't go well with being on camera, because then I'm just reading. All right. Wow, the levels of THC have been rising for at least 3 decades. Can cannabis cause psychosis? Yes, but so can caffeine, nicotine, alcohol, stimulants, and other hallucinogens. Psychosis is a temporary disorientation that resembles a waking dream with odd imagined sights and sounds accompanied by paranoia or an ominous sensation. All right, but usually it's not persistent. Scientists who have been getting some, they disagree with, or there's 2 different scientists are divided on that kind of research with marijuana. It does cause brief dreamlike states, but I guess that's what getting high is. Lots of things could cause biology issues with the brain. What are you showing? Zoom it down, Blue Raven, so I can see. Oh, the inside the real Area 51. He's showing us that video. 857 says he would like to negotiate as a parent. He would like to be able to use CRISPR in exchange, oh, a huge book, in exchange for vaccinations. Yeah, I'm cute, but not available. Yes. Giving algorithms a sense of uncertainty could make them more ethical. MIT Technology Review article. That sounds interesting. Project MK Ultra. Is that another book? And you read all interesting books. I don't read those books. You would fish with me? Wait, what? Bee fish? Doesn't she just look so chipper, Scissor Fight? Who is that? Who cares? Oh wait, bad wardrobe choices. Is it just one? Oh, patents of all USA patented technology fully documented in the MK Ultra book, a compilation of patents. Oh, the MK Ultra patents. Yes, I have heard about that. Oh, Twitter has suspended an account that helped ignite a controversy over viral encounters. Okay. Current attempts into the USA. My goodness, I'm so glad I'm where it's like relatively warm. Huh. Alright. Dirk now. Wow. $130 times a day? That's a lot of tweets. A network of anonymous accounts were working to increase the video. Interesting. What is tonight's theme? It is Monday. Often David does Conspiracy Monday. Okay. The book prints small. I know. I don't like when they print so tiny you can't really read it. Okay. Technological change and inequality loom large at the Davos conference, which Trump is not attending this year. No, I won't be muting ThoughtBot. I do need bed rest. That's true. Probably. I'll need more bed rest tomorrow because I don't plan on... I mean, after work. Because I plan on going into work. You want ATP bot and not ThoughtBot, but they both do the job they're supposed to. Except I think they both comment on the side as well. All right. Beijing is confirming the death of gene editing babies. Talk about CRISPR. There's a Dem Stampede of 2020. Wait, I don't want to know this, do I? No. I really don't. All right. Journalists and celebrities are rushing to delete their tweets that are going against the Make America Great hat kids. Debate is building over making Mueller's findings public. They should become public. Well, and Syria is still having issues. Yes, David is making my nightly dinner. Macaroni and tuna with peas. That sounds good. Sarah is short in talking. I don't usually like hot tuna. I know some people like tuna melts, and that's kind of like mac and tuna with cheese. Would be hot tuna. As long as there's cheese in there, I guess it would be okay. That he sometimes does potatoes with different things. I didn't really ask him what he's making tonight. I just eat whatever he makes. That's what I do. Oh, they say they found this 4,500-year-old stone circle, but it was actually built in the 1990s. Yeah, I'm not very picky. Give me some melted cheese. Whatever it is, melt some cheese on it. Okay, nothing sweet. You don't want to melt cheese. I don't like cheese melted on my sweet things, but oatmeal and chicken with okra? Yeah, I can't have them all together. Chicken and okra separate from the oatmeal. Tripe? I've never had tripe. I don't think I want to try tripe. But I like sweet potatoes and I like melons. You think tripe is good? Isn't that the stomach lining of something? I do like some kind of David was saying something about suet today. How sometimes they feed suet. I don't know. So I looked it up. I'm like, that's like hard stomach lining, or yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know if I want to try tripe soup. Yeah. I like, and David always takes off the lining on his sausages, where I like kielbasa sauce, not kielbasa, I don't like kielbasa. I like Italian sausage. I hate kielbasa actually, sorry, but I do. Wow, some kind of electric therapy is curing Navy SEALs from PTSD. It could remake brain science. That's cool. Very good. All right. China's economic growth is sinking. There's the fewest number of births since the Mao's Great Famine. It's okay to not have children. It's okay. Don't worry about it, China. Oh, wait, that happened last night. The big lunar eclipse. I totally missed it. Totally missed it, but that's okay. I didn't need to be outside in the cold weather. You got Bragg's Organic Unfiltered Apple Cider Vinegar. Nice. Do you drink that stuff? I don't know how you could drink that stuff. I could use it for my hair. Google has been found for a French privacy breach. And Russia is accusing Facebook and Twitter for failing to comply with certain laws. And a surgeon has won a landmark right to be forgotten case. Oh, Tostitos blue corn chips, those are good. Organic, yeah, Simply Organic, those are good. You recorded the eclipse? Nice. Very good. That can't be real. Oh, Mr. Bill. He's giving me some YouTube link that says 4 AI robots killed 29 scientists.
4 robots being developed for military applications killed 20.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. Well-rounded 13. Like that what they're showing even looks, it looks fake. I don't believe that at all. Oh, Mr. Bill. People can put anything they want on the internet.
Yeah, quite a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
That. Big day. You know, I think following the news on Drudge is good.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's...
Gives you breaking stories.
It's, what's the word? It's conservative. All right, good night. Well, I mean, I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, so much. I made a combination pasta, vegetable, chicken thing in there, and you can add whatever you want, butter, pesto sauce, whatever. Yeah, feel free to have as much of that as you want. Yeah, organic blue chips, corn chips. Yeah, get organic, non-GMO chips, folks. It's important. Oh yeah, I kind of threw it all together real quick. If you don't know about the dangers of epicite, it is in genetically modified food. And that's not a conspiracy theory, that's a conspiracy fact. And many people who are eating genetically modified corn don't realize that epicite was developed in order to make us all sterile. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Not only do they not care about our water that we're, drinking, 50% of it's toxic, but they're allowing epicite to enter our bloodstream and make us neutered. Yeah. What is epicite? I'd show you, but unfortunately, I don't have the ability to give you the lead authority on it because YouTube wants to monetize the discussion, right? So, epicite. Okay, I'll get you a link on that. GM corn, genetically modified corn to stop man spreading his seed. Here's a reference to it. Yeah, GMO corn is very bad for us. And if we don't take into consideration what we're eating, obviously people like eating chips. So the only thing genetically modified corn is good for is making ethanol, in my opinion. After a while, crocodile. See you later, alligator. Okay, thank you, Shadow. I'll tell her. Scientists have created the ultimate genetically modified crop, contraceptive corn. Waving fields of maize may one day save the world from overpopulation. Yeah. A biotechnology company called Epicite, where researchers have discovered a rare class of human antibodies that attack sperm. All right, now they're acting like that's a good thing, that we have too many people in the world, and gosh, we just better get rid of people, It's like, sure, that's a justification for genocide. Well, The Guardian has the subject because The Guardian's very liberal and they think that people shouldn't have babies and that we should all just disappear. So the plan to depopulate the earth is very much in play here, right down to the food we're eating. Yet there's no reason why our species would be the one to depopulate when we clearly are not the most populated species on the planet. Roaches are. So how come roaches are winning out over the human species? What about us makes us not want to replicate? Aside from the fact that we're terribly dirty and we destroy our planet that we're on without any regard for the outcome of all the production that's going into our society, we are oblivious to the outcome. And that's what makes us perhaps the least efficient species on planet. So that's probably why people want to just get rid of us, right? Because we're terribly inefficient. Well, what if I told you that the reason why we're inefficient is some people are really greedy and they want to pay some, a waste management guy to get rid of the toxic waste in the river, It's like, what's the big deal, washes down, it dilutes down, Dilution is the solution to pollution. What was she thinking? Let's take a look. What was she thinking? Here she is, and let's see who she is and what she's thinking. Tonight, 6 p.m., 9 News. 0 minutes, pause. I don't know. What was she thinking? Don't know the answer to that question. Now, yeah, love it. So if you're wondering why they're planning on getting rid of the population, it's because they screwed up. The people who are greedy and inconsiderate screwed up. That's why we are ruining the planet. Thank you, genius. So it's not us that's to blame, folks. It's not because you like to have sex and want to have babies. And I think you guys are pretty brave that want to have babies. Her neckline was off. Look at her wardrobe. I know. I was shocked at her wardrobe. What was she thinking? I don't know. I mean, we could talk about that for hours on end. David, they crossed chemtrails over my house. You got a print? Okay, let's take a look. Somebody has a chemtrail video picture. You guys can post them here, no problem. Let's take a look and see what it looks like. We're waiting. Hope it works out. All right. Wow, look at this, folks. They were playing tic-tac-toe over your skies. You know what? The Navy Air Base in our area had a crew of people that flew over our area in Washington recently and dumped chemtrails in the shape of a penis. Yeah, so you're not the only one. They're playing tic-tac-toe with your sky, but yeah. Penis in the sky. Da-da-da-da-da. Penis in the sky. Look at this. U.S. Navy pilots grounded over obscene stunt. Navy not amused after electronic warfare plane created sky writings in the shape of male genitals over Washington State. These are the kind of people we have in our military.
What is this dude drawn? Air penis. Dude, I bet he shuts off.
You can tell these guys have a lot of things going on in their brain, X's and penises. Real brainiacs working behind the scenes to make us safe. As long as we're heavily sprayed with chemtrails, we won't even ask the simple question, why? Why are they doing that? I don't know, because they just do it, that's why. Now that's pure fruit mist. I spray my eyes with fruit mist, which is made of coenzymes combined to make incredible, I don't know, it just feels good. It's like a day spa in a glass bottle. I recommend taking it in your bug out bag because if you're in the middle of nowhere, a little spray on your face will make you feel like a human being again, not like a roach. But get ready for the apocalypse because I guess everyone's kind of like braced. If the shutdown continues anymore, the apocalypse will be kicking in anytime soon. And maybe that is what Donald Trump is looking to do. Create a chance for martial law. Yeah. Wouldn't the Russians want to do that? Wouldn't that be their part of their plan is to cause martial law in America? So make everyone lose their food stamps this coming up month. Don't pay welfare checks out. See the cities erupt in rioting. All because Donald just he won't bend, and neither will Nancy Pelosi. We won our race, and we're going to make sure that everything's fine. She is completely inept. She has no ability to make a conscious decision without a teleprompter, and she even screws that up. I don't blame you for being completely freaked out. She could be a robot. Yeah, I know. Nancy Pelosi. One thing we know for sure. I am not Abraham Lincoln. There's nobody in the room who would think that I am, in fact, Abraham Lincoln, who came back to life to save this nation. I don't look a bit like the guy. Not a bit. See? I'm red. I'm not even sepia. My fellow Americans, you're a bunch of jerk-offs. You need to get your butt off the couch and get a job. Help build America again and stop treating us like we're all a bunch of idiots. Be a real person, for crying out loud. Aren't you glad I'm not the voice of that reason? Yeah. I understand he had a high voice, too. It wasn't very low. He had a great beard, yeah. I don't believe in beards. Ever since his head was blown off, I believe it's a sign of a potential assassination attempt. Beards and assassination attempts go hand in hand. Garfield, McKinley, Ronald Reagan. I bet you didn't know that Ronald Reagan had a beard. All right, so I think we're done with that, and I'm going to get out of this. Sounds like a plan. We saw the altered Facebook photos that Trump posted. That was quite a shocker. In case you haven't seen, his finger got larger. I mean, how did he expect to pull this one off? Look at the picture up close and see his finger like enlarge between frames. See? Improved frame, less improved frame. And the improved frame makes him look thinner too. It's like, oh yeah, hey. More like my size. Thin, lean, mean, running machine. But we have a reason to kind of keep this whole major union of states together. And that perhaps that reason is more than just the fact that Abe Lincoln died to pull this off. That his memory is something we should actually look back upon and say, wow, this man who supported slavery turned his views around completely and became anti-slave and helped to build the 13th Amendment. And he wrote one of the most powerful speeches in history. Let's not disregard his efforts and how much toll it took on him, because he was 56 years old here. I'm practically 3 years older than him. He didn't have a 50-inch LED TV set, internet connections, hot shower. They could draw him a bath. He was lucky to get a hot bath. Yeah, he was murdered. John Wilkes Booth. And you know, they didn't even get the guy. They say they got John Wilkes Booth's understudy. They never even got John Wilkes Booth. Yeah, why do all these assassins have 3 names? It's weird. What you got there? Your monitor? Is that your beeper? That keeps you in control. Wow, nice. Remote control. Remote control video camera control system. We've got Blue Raven rebroadcasting our broadcast. And he can bring his show into our show. And here he is in our show using the power of the internet. Look at how great this is. He's out there broadcasting. My beautiful cat, fluffy cat, is out there broadcasting her kitty cat. He's got his thing happening. Everything is beautiful. Yeah, look at that. The FM transmitter, that's sending signals to people who can't even get a signal in the area he's in, so people can tune into the audio of our show. Pretty powerful. You know, I have a strong audio history, radio and television, and it's what got me into this entire process of running for president online and getting the jump on everybody else. You got people now, they say that Mitt Romney is thinking of starting a third party. Yeah, the pro-life third party, not the more logical solution to be pro-choice. You know, if Donald Trump manages to pull this off and the Russians succeed, the Republicans think that they're going to get a big benefit by repealing Roe v. Wade. Even the guy who's being introduced as Attorney General, William Barr, is pro-life, and he wants to repeal Roe v. Wade. He even said so. Nice, huh? Move forward 1 foot, go back 2 feet. So much for the 70s and 80s and 90s, in which 45%, actually, they say that our country would have 45% more crime had we not had Roe v. Wade. Isn't that interesting? Then some people claim that Roe v. Wade is a conspiracy to get rid of black people. Yeah. Margaret Sanger was the one who went to KKK meetings to promote Planned Parenthood. I'm not making this up. This is for real. But I am going to say, and I in no way want to encourage mass execution of babies, but a woman who's going to have an abortion is going to be making a decision that could cost her her eternal fate. If she were a believer in God, she'll know that that's a mortal sin and that she will go to hell for that. But then again, if she doesn't believe in God, then she kills her baby. Maybe God will sort it out later. But are we God to decide whether women should have babies or not? Are we God to decide what woman should do with her own body? I don't think so. And even Christians, I argue, would have to understand that it's God's decision to condemn that person's soul to hell for murdering their baby, not our decision. So it's a very tough decision. I don't want women to have an abortion, but I'm not going to force women to not have an abortion. I'm not going to make it so that they can't possibly make that decision themselves. I'm not going to bring in the possibility of conservative judges and stack them against any liberal that may have been on the bench. I'm going to make sure that we have a balance in the Supreme Court. That's the rightful position that a president should take when making those nominations. Balance, not one-sided. But now, we know that if Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies, which she might just, obviously everybody dies eventually. I don't want anything bad to happen to her, but if she doesn't make it with her cancer and she just has to say, I'm sorry, I can't do this. But she's holding on. This brave woman is holding on to dear life to keep a Democrat or a liberal-minded judge in an office that will hold the mark against Roe v. Wade being overturned. You're not the judge to make that decision. God is. So if you really believe that you're God, that's a sin in of itself. I believe that's a violation of one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not worship graven objects before me. I'm not sure the exact pronunciation, but Ruth Bader Ginsburg is definitely fighting the life of a huge battle to stay alive. But if it flips, Donald Trump has a beer-drinking alleged rapist ready to go. I'm sure there's another one out there. Even this guy, William Barr, probably would be chosen as the Supreme Court justice. And then they'd be stacked against Roe v. Wade, and we would see it overturned in our nation. Now, you don't hear the Democrats fighting this issue every day. That's why a centrist political movement needs to be born, where we can somehow strike a middle ground where women who have first trimester abortions might actually be protected. Making that decision in 20 weeks could save the torture of a baby being killed and then feeling that pain. The pain centers are not even formed until the 21st week in the cerebrum. The brain itself that feels pain isn't even formed at this time. It's the only time that would be safe for both the mother and the child in a big way. And it's not above my pay grade to discuss these issues like it was Obama. I'm more than willing to talk about it, considering I don't get any pay at all. And I certainly know that the point of conception can't possibly be, outlawed either. If they make the morning after pill illegal, you can imagine what a court like this could do. Outlawing the morning after pill to all the women who are accidentally impregnated and don't want the baby and don't like the guy. I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to have children. And like I said, 45% reductions in crime since Roe v. Wade came into existence. These are the estimates that are out there. That a huge population of unemployed people would have led to far more crime in our country. You think it's bad now? It would have been 10 times worse. All right. So coffee goes good with chocolate almond milk and cinnamon. I'll try that out. I'm liking the idea. I want to phase off of milk completely because I don't trust the milk anymore. I've read enough to find out that glyphosate and Roundup is everywhere, especially in animals grazing in feed centers. I mean, they found Roundup, and this is not a conspiracy theory, but I'm going to share with it anyway. They found Roundup in our vaccinations. And I don't really believe that the CDC wants Roundup to be in our vaccines, but Mercola.com found Roundup in an amazing place, our vaccinations. And it's probably because the gelatin that they use in the vaccinations to make it colloidal, so it's suspended, is probably comprised of something made out of animal hoofs. And animal hoofs walk around Roundup all the time. In fact, it's a direct contact with Roundup. So that's probably how the vaccinations got contaminated with Roundup. But do you really want Roundup sprayed in your body? I mean, think about the devastating effects on your immune system. It's crazy. This stuff is the kind of stuff that takes paint off of walls or paint off of metal. They use chelators like glyphosate to rip the entire paint off a metal pipe. Roundup will do it too. Don't get near it. It's extremely dangerous. So why are we allowing our government to let Dow Chemical and Monsanto run rimshot over our entire society, taking away our purity, the purity of our environment? They're just contaminating us. The Democrats, Republicans have done nothing. That's why. They've been completely involved in pushing for world depopulation. Right. So if the goal is to kill all of us off, then why are we even sitting here talking about politics in a two-party way? Why don't we just reinvent government? Because they're failing at even protecting our individual rights to a clean environment. This is crazy. Now that the real pigs are coming out of the woodwork, knowing full well I'm hitting them direct center in their greedy little hearts, that they somehow think that I'm going to go away because I nailed them every time. You people are afraid of what a good, honest person will do if this country has a political movement that will straighten up this environment and clean this nation and make us the leading example all around the world of a country that's completely turned around. Gassy Bowel says his sinuses hurt. What is good for that in your opinion? I would probably get a vaporizer and put something natural in it. Start with just putting a green tea in a cup and smelling it. That might help. That's your quickest fix. Yeah, like put a little washcloth over your nose and let the green tea mist into your... Yeah, that's the cheapest way to do it. Yeah, green tea does amazing things. It's very natural, but there is caffeine in green tea. Well, I got to tell you, I cannot sit back and watch our country getting poisoned every day by these scumbag corporations and seeing how they control the Democrats and the Republicans and not put up a fight. I can't even wake up in the morning if I don't put up a fight every day. That is the simple reason why I do the show. They should have opposition of some sort. They shouldn't get away with this and act like we're a bunch of idiots, thinking they can pull the wool over everybody's eyes, saying, oh yes, Roundup's healthy for the planet. Oh, I don't think so. There's 7 billion tons of that stuff on the planet. It's crazy. We're just spreading it like this venom like crazy. A whistleblower reveals that a UN-planned invasion by refugees into the U.S. is already underway. Now, this is a right-wing site, needtoknow.news, but I'm more than willing to take it on as a centrist. A Missouri woman is interviewed by radio host Josh Tolley and tells how she became involved in her state's refugee immigration program and how the program is far more extensive and advanced than people realize. She describes how the UN, under the heading of Agenda 2030, is planning immigration into the U.S. similar to what is happening in Europe. The goal is to create chaos and lay the foundation for breaking the U.S. into smaller political units with equal UN representation and the end of America as a sovereign nation. That's exactly right. This is a good video. I'll be playing it tonight in our show. 1 hour. Excellent. Can't wait. Thank you for that.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, this is good. So they've got this plan to break our nation up with illegal immigration. Donald Trump has engaged in the same thing Barack Obama did. He allowed the UN resettlement program to continue, even while he kept people with green cards, like from Venezuela, from coming back in the country when they're fleeing obvious political persecution down there and they have a green card already. Donald Trump said no to Venezuelans coming into our country. He thinks there's some sort of a terrorist action. Venezuela is not a terrorist nation. Never was. Can you imagine how it must be to leave an area where you can barely find food, knowing full well you can get on a plane and go back to America because you've got a green card when you left, and not being able to get back in the country? Those are the people suffering. And the illegal aliens from Nigeria, Somalia, they've got one-way tickets into areas like Springfield, Missouri, on airlines like, I heard UPS is moving people. That's what I heard. And that's just a rumor. Yeah, UPS shipments cross borders. That's what I heard. That the UN resettlement program was going on even under Trump. I don't know, about 10 years ago under Obama, or 8 years ago under Obama, we saw a lot of this stuff where they came in with crisp $20 bills in envelopes. We even saw it firsthand on a border town where we were in 2012. We did a video about it. I was shocked. I even called the Border Patrol. I said, how come all these Nigerians in a yellow bus came into town? He said, oh, we didn't even see them. Well, they just arrived. Oh, we had a shift change. So they're in on it. They're in on the shift change at the border. That's how they're bringing them in buses. I'm not kidding. I saw it myself. So I support the 1,000-mile fence, in case you were wondering. And that's where we're centrist, and we certainly support the idea of solving the problem with a good, strong fence. And the 1,000-mile, $1 billion concept of a container fence makes the most sense. I'm all for that. I'm also in favor of new innovations that will help our country, like this recent attack on California with the drought. I would like to see these vehicles purchased by our Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. I want to see 15 of these things in our fleet on the West Coast and 15 of these things on our fleet in the Midwest so they can back them up. I'd like to see many of these planes that can come in, scoop water off the ocean or lakes, and get right onto a fire and put it out so that we won't see the kind of devastation we saw recently in what appeared to be a direct energy strike against California in the city of Paradise, California. It doesn't look like the government's going to be investigating the possibility that people were burned with directed energy weapons because they're in on it. That's the sad possibility. Yeah, the flat earth is a diversion, just like the hollow hoax theory. Thanks, Police Lives Matter. But I can't go to Disclose TV because I have to create an account to get it. Oh, yeah, it's just not popping in. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it now. Okay, thank you. So this is Disclose TV is talking about Agenda 21, the plan to depopulate the world by 95% by 2030. That means this plan of genocide is in play right now, everybody. That's a serious question that many of us are asking, but it's more than a conspiracy theory. This is an actual agenda. Thanks for the link. This is a link that came to us from Vaughn. There it is over at iBlog. Yeah. Plot to depopulate 95% of the world population. Yep. We've been talking about it for years now. And this is a big, big agenda. And the depopulation agenda is exactly what is behind this concept of the Georgia Guidestones. They actually published their intent in 1980 when they built the Georgia Guidestones. And they built these things with, shell corporations. Nobody even knows who owns this structure. But it talks about reducing the world's population to 500 million. Now, getting back to something like this, a practical solution. You'd think that Jerry Brown would have bought 15 of these things. No, he never did. Because they simply want to burn everybody out. And there's a strong theory that has been presented that they're actually not only burning people out of their homes, they're making way for an area of fracking in the California coastline. The shell corporations are paying the property taxes on the Georgia Guidestones. It's popping out of a bank that nobody knows who owns. If you set up a large amount of money in a bank account, I'm a downer, huh? It's too much to handle. It is. It is. 95% is a bummer, isn't it? If you set up a bank account under a corporate name, under Shell Corporation, and have it pay taxes indefinitely on a piece of property, you can get that property to last forever, simply by drawing money out of its interest. It's almost a foolproof plan to do that. And nobody's prosecuting the Clintons. You notice how Donald Trump has refused to talk about this? Oh yeah, Russia will be helping Syria. They should. They've been behind Syria all along. Am I the 5%? No. I don't. I believe that we're all vulnerable right now. Every one of us. Notice how Trump never even bothered to prosecute Bill or Hillary? Kind of amazing, isn't it? And he still has people in the Republican Party thinking that he's against the deep state. They're living on propaganda. Most of the alt-right sites are fueled on propaganda put out by Trump. It's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. Everything's fake to him. Trump never talks about chemtrails. He never talks about why he didn't want to prosecute Barack Obama for the birth certificate issue. He just immediately changed his position and said he believed Barack Obama was born in Honolulu, even though nothing new had come up. He just flipped as soon as he became president. And we all know that Barack Obama lied about his birth certificate. Everything about it was a complete fake. It doesn't take a genius to realize that other birth certificates were just like it. In fact, Joe Arpaio found a birth certificate exactly like it with different names on it. And the one that Barack Obama put out was actually straight lettering on a curved background, proving that it was photoshopped. Showing halftone and binary images together in the same document proved that it was a fourth generation Photoshop. Everyone knows this. Yet he never prosecuted Obama on the birth certificate. Obama skated. Forensics did prove it was fake. And you and I both know that no matter what these people put in front of us, I mean, you could put Michael with hormone injections and nipples. I still believe he's a dude. There's no way you could convince me that that is not a dude. I have more than enough supportive evidence of the conspiracy theory that Michelle is, in fact, a dude. Yeah, Michael. Transgender, I'm not in any way going to discuss the OCR conversion to PDFs. I've already got a 33-minute interview with the top expert on images in the United States, Doug Vogt. And if you go to my archives, my radio archives on our old site, you can listen to it. Doug Vogt and I talked for 33 minutes about what that is. And he's the expert on the subject. And there's no way that that is anything other than a photoshopped copy twice over. I'm not trying to freak you out here, but you've been lied to. And that's why Obamacare is costing you, even you Democrats, $10,000 deductibles and higher premiums. And you know I'm right. I don't have to tell you how corrupt Obamacare was. When the wonderful and beautiful comedian Joan Rivers made her statement to the world, it all changed. She told everybody that Barack Obama was indeed gay and that Michelle was a transgender. And I'll never forget that moment. Sarah and I were a month and a half into this. We'd talked about it, the rumor that Joan Rivers had actually presented. And we said, yeah, she's probably going to die in about a month and a half. I don't know, maybe Sarah and I are psychic or something, but in a month and a half later, she had her throat cut by a surgeon that wasn't even supposed to be on staff there at the Yorkville Clinic. When she died, Joan Rivers died, They didn't even do an autopsy on her. Yeah. Let's show you the clip of Joan Rivers when she talked about this. You are psychic? Nice to know. Thank you, Ticken.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so let's take a look at this thing up close and personal. Right, I think you can see that there's something going on there that definitely shows the movement of two objects of some sort dangling between his legs. It doesn't take a lot to explain that this is not a battery hooked up to his microphone. It's not some sort of a Tampax pad that got dislodged during a terrible, menstrual period. Yeah, it's definitely cylindrical and spherical in nature. It's possibly maybe one of two testicles. There may be one hidden, but it's definitely a penis. All right? I don't see how anyone could not see this, unless, of course, you're a Nazi working for the U.S. government, covering up a basic lie that was put in front of us, and we're supposed to sit here and accept it. And now Michelle probably wants to run again, And by the way, this nipple shot came out right after a controversy on the internet flared up over the Joan Rivers thing. Yeah, she came out with this interview. And it was during that time period that everyone was questioning his sexuality. Well, frankly, you can definitely get shots to get nipples to look like that if you're a guy. It's not that hard. Hormone injections, you'll have those breasts in about three months. Unreal. So no wonder the Democrats are pushing this LGBTQ perspective. And Trump, he's not very strong against it either. Trump seems to be, embracing Caitlyn Jenner, had her come into the inauguration with a free ticket, the whole thing. And Trump's always been very kind to Giuliani and the fact that he likes to dress up. Everyone knows that people that do dress up like that are bound to be, part of a kind of an LGBTQ cabal. I met a guy who was a trans, I guess he was a cross-dresser. Yeah, everyone told me, yeah, that guy's a cross-dresser. I met him. He was like a normal guy. He just liked to dress up in women's underwear. And they want validation. They want to be able to do this. It's not something that they feel that, they want to be condemned for. And I think that's fine. If they want to dress up in women's underwear, that's fine. Who cares? But Rudy Giuliani, the guy who's flipping on everything now and now backtracking for making statements about Donald Trump, ordering actions taken days in advance of our election to make the Moscow Trump Tower deal go away. Now he's backtracking on what he just said the other day. Well, he's a cross-dresser. What else? I mean, come on. He likes to flip. Here he is.
You're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
I wonder if he grabbed her by the beep, beep, and found a little fleshy thing down there. Well, that's Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. And that was a promotional video they made many years ago. They've been friends a long time. Nobody would represent Donald Trump because the case against him in Russia is so bad. It's just it looks like Trump worked with Russia way before the election. He colluded with Russian agents like Michael Flynn and Paul Manafort, an oligarch. I mean, it's obvious. So every attorney out there, when Donald Trump was looking for representation a while back, wouldn't even lawyer up. Giuliani was the only one that would take the case. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Mark just censored me. If you missed that segment, I just played Rudy Giuliani in a transgender outfit. Yep. I'm glad all of you have become third partyists. Thank you, Ace Spade. I got to tell you, the shows that we've been doing really engender an alternative view that the mainstream media is not representing. And that's what I really like about this venue and the fact that we fought to keep it. We are not going to let anybody just knock us off the internet because they think that they disagree with us. And we're not going to make ourselves into, dangerous characters by protesting live in front of, public edifices and getting our heads blown off. In fact, it's dangerous to have rallies, especially in this day and age. So our online revolution is far more powerful than anybody realizes. Even I don't realize how powerful this is. I'm going with my gut. I'm going with the intuition that I have that makes me think that I know something that is happening, like censorship, is not going to prevent the truth from getting out. And if we have to take on conspiracy theories like the idea that there's a secret cabal within our government that's actually Nazi, I'll take that on. I'll discuss the Zionist influence in our country. I don't mind taking it on. I'm not like David Duke or some white supremacist who thinks that, Donald Trump is their glaring savior. I don't even understand how David Duke endorses a Zionist like Donald Trump. I could never understand that. So there's a lot of things that are becoming more and more evident that our country's been run by a group of Ashkenazis. At the very core, these people are Trump's closest advisors, and they're a cabal of Ashkenazis that have comprised this swamp, a veritable swamp in the White House. Truth Media talked about it.
Still attacking you, though we've got Dan Rather on video, we've got New York Post, we've got
Nazi Jew. Gail Ekan, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Eager, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew.
I have nothing against Jewish people. I have nothing against people who consider themselves Jewish. Even if you're Ashkenazi and you see yourself as Jewish, even though your mother's not Jewish, I have no problem with that. My problem is with extreme greed. That's the part that pisses me off to the max. And when I saw Donald Trump with his extreme greed become our president, I knew that we were in for trouble. I knew that we had a national security risk at hand, because anybody that greedy will take money from anybody to be somebody who can pay their bills. Donald Trump's monthly nut is $30 million by best estimates. That means he has to come up with $30 million in interest alone to keep his debt intact. That's a lot of money to meet and be president at the same time. Yes, we cannot allow you to come in here and call me Illuminati, Kenny. You're permanently banned from the show. I worked too hard with no coverage whatsoever to be called Illuminati. So you're out of here for good. Well, Hillary's Jewish. Everyone knows that her parents are Jewish. Nothing to do with the fact that she's Jewish. I don't care. I honestly don't care if Donald considers himself Jewish now that he and his daughter, and they're very close to the Chabad Leibowitz, the organization that has funded the Russian oligarchs meeting up with Donald Trump. The very people that connected Donald Trump to the Russian oligarchs is a local Chabad Leibowitz in the Long Island area. have no idea what they said, who they met. All I know is the connection is there. Mueller never produced any documents on this. Means he's not looking in the right direction. Second of all, Mueller never investigated Seth Rich, the death of Seth Rich, who is most likely the one to have moved all those emails into WikiLeaks. The most likely was the guy killed, Seth Rich. And he didn't just die being shot in the back 3 times. He was actually treated at the hospital, and they said he had a good prognosis. The hospital said he was going to live, but they wouldn't let anybody near his room. They never got to his wound, and I'm sure somebody put a pillow over his head and killed him. And now Mueller, strangely enough, doesn't want to investigate Seth Rich at all. Seth Rich's own parents said they don't want to find out who killed their son. Who can possibly draw breath and not want to find out the killer of their son? That's just bizarre. Somebody got to somebody and shut him up. So there's a lot of big issues like that. And the Awan brothers. Talk about misconduct, legal misconduct that Stephen Wasserman conducted in D.C. A lead prosecutor, the brother of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, defended the Awan brothers, even though he works for the prosecution. How is that possible? You can't work for the prosecutor's office and defend somebody. But he did anyway, and he cut a plea agreement, and now the Awan brothers are not even talked about. Nobody's even interviewing these people who tried to sneak out of our country to their home country with $4 million that they got from hacking into computers when they were working for Debbie and Hillary. I mean, this is unbelievable. Nobody's investigating this stuff at all. It's just mindless. We're just allowing it to go on, and, you know. So the Mueller investigation turned out to be a big zero. They've had more than enough time to come up with a subpoena for Donald Trump's tax returns, never bothered. Donald Trump said, oh, I would love to show my tax returns, and then hid them ever since. We know that there's some guilt there. You opened up those tax returns, you'll find all you want on the money laundering and the money he got from Russia. I guarantee it. Simply because they're hiding it so carefully. There's got to be dirt there. All right, guten Abend. We have some people from Germany here. Okay, there's a trailer in Netflix. Oh, a trailer from a place called Murder Mountain. Okay, I can't play that right now. I can play at the end of the show. They actually monetize trailers here. I don't want to have the monetization going on. Okay. We talked about Zionist control. This woman who wants to run for president, Nikki Haley, literally begging at the AIPAC offices for money. AIPAC is the American Israeli Political Action Committee. Its level of insanity has reached a new high when your diplomatic representative to the rest of planet Earth makes it clear that she's in fact beholden to a foreign government. There you go. Doing the work of the Zionists. And if we just got away from the Zionist influence, we wouldn't lose Israel as our ally. They'd still look to us for defense. We have the clout to give them air defense and certainly provide stability in the Middle East because of our buffer against a raging, hateful Muslim population that wants to destroy Israel. And I'm sensitive to the fact that Israel is still a young nation and certainly needs all the air power support we could give them, but I'm not going to in any way give them ground support. We're not going to send troops in like George W. Bush did, shock and awe, into Iraq to defend a neighboring country so that Israel has greater defenses around them. We're not going to continue this delusion, which is their purpose. Their goal is to drag us in. And it's a Zionist plan. But I will tell you that anybody who calls me Illuminati will be kicked out of the show permanently. Because what you're trying to do is you're acting as a disinformation artist, trying to engage in something very sick, which is not working. I wouldn't have had a show censored for 10 years if I was Illuminati. I'd be out there like Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this, but the Bilderberg Group is growing, and they're going to take over the world, and they're going to turn us into genetic splices of animals and humans. I mean, that would be, you know, Alex Jones. He's the Illuminati. His wife had discussed their roots in the Zion world. I know. If you tell you what, Scissor Fight has super ops capability. If he wants to, he can man the big guys. He may be away from his desk right now, but he's a super op. He can IP ban them. If it continues, then we'll IP ban you. Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. The real Alex Jones is long gone. He was he's 5'9". Bill Hicks, now he's 6'1", but Bill Hicks, you know, when he got really fat and he talks like this, it's because he basically lost an inch. But Bill Hicks is now, or Alex Jones is now 6 feet tall, roughly. I'd give him 6.5 inches. Alex Jones, the real Alex Jones, we have video of him. He was only 5'9". So, no, Scissor Fight's a guy who comes in and he does his job, which he wanted to do, and he doesn't get paid to do that. He's a very kind person to even come in and be a fantastic supplier of information as well as music. And we've got some wonderful music by him while I cue this up. Let's play his Are You Ready? And we'll break into some music here.
House is
Okay, yeah, we just developed the new dance move, Do the Floss. Yes, Do the Floss. All right. I'm definitely, that was Scissorfight's song, by the way, called Are You Ready? And if you want to check out anything we have in that access point, we have a website. I constructed a website called coolrock.com where you can access his link. And you go to coolrock.com and it opens up this really cool website where you can move everything around. Anybody can move anything around on here. Here's a link to our YouTube channel. This is a link to Scissorfight's music, which has that song in it. And all of this is free to download and play. He's an amazing, prolific audio expert. And beyond just audio editing, he is an audio expert. He literally knows how to build equipment, everything. And he's pieced together some amazing stuff here. And the list goes on and on of all kinds of good stuff. If you want to hear original music, this stuff is amazing. Anyway, coolrock.com is dedicated to just providing fun place for you to actually watch the show. There are no ads at this site. It's been unused except by us for some time. Scraplet is kind of a minimal used site that was developed. Highly unusual site, by the way. We met the guy who created this at a convention many years ago. And if you want to watch the show and see the chat in both here and iVlog, you can. You'd click to get into the show. If I entered here, I'd leave the other show, so I'm gonna leave that open. But everything is movable. X out of any box you want. Refresh to restore. You refresh button, hit the refresh button to get everything back up. But cool stuff like playing interactively with an AI system. This is called AI Duet, and it's amazing. You can actually interact with a robot. Let me play a few notes and it'll play back what it interprets it as. I don't know what its interpretation is, but it's interesting. All it did was one note back. That's all it. It was very quiet there. It didn't even respond to the other ones. Isn't that interesting? So I could do this all night. Yeah, I could play this. It's interesting, isn't it? And then here we have a harp for you to play. And down here is Mr. Doob. Yep. Mr. Doob has everything from card games to just, you know, fun stuff graphically that you can play with. It's all free to just experiment with. That's fascinating, huh? Let's do clouds. Ooh, clouds, yeah. You're being naughty on Twitch, huh? Okay, so that's the bottom line. I created Cool Rock, and you've got news down below and some interesting stuff about America. But yeah, hey, Scissorfight. There you are. Here's music by Scissorfight. Let's listen to this. He's got something he'd like to let us see. I could talk about Alex Jones. Here's the real Alex Jones. Here's the fake Alex Jones. This guy's 5'9". This guy's 6'1". Fascinating. Amazing. Look at that. Our brain is a perfect microcosm of the universe. Fascinating, huh? Okay, we're up and running in just a second. There we go. And we're leaving that background behind. Let's go to scene 1. Okay, we're up and running now. Thank you. We've got propaganda videos from social justice warriors tonight to listen to. I'll play that at the end of the show. Thank you, Misanthropy. Yeah, I'm not in favor of letting social justice warriors dominate the world. You know, I'm not here to say the end of the world is coming. Cortez has said, you know, Ocasio-Cortez just announced on Drudge that the world is ending in 12 years. So, good to know. I don't want to scare the living daylights out of you, but the idea of 95% policy reduction of our population, of our population, is not something that, you know, anyone should just ignore. Okay, thank you, Scissorfight. That was very interesting and thought-provoking music. Appreciate it. Wow. Here we go. Here's a parallel of our species. I was talking about how we're one of the few species in the world that wants to just get rid of itself. And here's the reason. Birds, they make nice little lines in the sand. Turtles, they actually make beautiful, you know, pictures of their movement, and they'd go in a straight line. Crabs, even crabs can go in a straight line. Humans, garbage. Endless strewn garbage. See, we're a failed species. That's why they... And I think the failure is that the greediest people don't care about the environment. They just want to profit from it. That's the real problem here. It's not the number of people on the planet. It's the fact that these people just don't want to clean up their mess after they polluted it. All right, I'm going to take off, have a little bite to eat, and I'll be back. Sarah's going to give me a break, and I'll be in here till 10 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I work on reusing and recycling and composting. I think eliminating the trash, I'm very passionate about eliminating the amount of trash that we generate. That's, and teaching the next generation to do that as well. You're recycling again? Yay. I hope that China starts recycling again more, but I don't know if they will, because that's where all of our recycling was going. Hello, 697, I'm well. Can I clarify why U.S. citizens have a right to labor protectionism? Well, it really started with animal protection. If you want to go back to the first labor laws, kind of went, there was these people that oh, you shouldn't hurt an animal, and they kind of created around here it's WAIF, but it's not, it was like the they created the animal rights group, and then people saw what was happening with children and how they were making them work in factories so long, and they're like, wait, we got laws in place to protect the animals, yet children are being treated just as bad as animals, if not worse, now that we've got the laws in place. So then they started the child protection laws, which had to do with labor too. Oh, you're referring specifically to U.S. citizens having a right to have their jobs protected against competition from immigrants. Well, yes, that does. The U.S. that actually happens not just in the U.S., but all countries have laws that say that, most countries have laws that say you need to hire U.S. citizens first and offer the labor to U.S. citizens. And that's why most borders I've heard of have very strict rules on letting people into their country. If you're going to another country because you think you want to work there, you have to actually they have to prove that they couldn't find another person that is a citizen of their country to do that job. It's not just US has those laws. Other countries have those laws as well. I know, why can't you hire the best person available? It's not, you can hire the best person available as long as you prove that you couldn't train or hire someone in the US that has those same qualifications. Why do we have the laws? It's not necessarily labor laws. It's about protecting our citizenry and protecting our borders, and it has a larger issue about immigration. If you wanted to have all open borders, then they wouldn't have those laws on place. But you can still hire an immigrant. You have to go through you have to jump through certain hoops to do that. And what does that have to do? Why is it in place? Because people want to know that they can have a job, so that they have convinced their representatives to pass laws to protect their right to work. I'm not saying protecting you from competition is good. I don't mind competition, but I'm just letting you know how things are, not necessarily whether they're right or wrong. Just like speaking of right and wrong and laws, I mean, Martin Luther King Jr. Day is all about that, because Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested because he broke laws, because he felt that those laws were immoral. Yes, I do. Yes, the Peter Principle. Yeah, I'm glad you learned about it. People tend to rise to their highest level of incompetence. Well, if you hired the cheapest person, then we would all be living in third world countries. That's a possibility. Are you saying that you want no borders? I mean, that's totally different, because people in the United States, and including me, generally tend to believe in our citizenry first and foremost, and protecting our citizenry. And protecting our citizenry means being able to not just letting you have the ability to hire the cheapest person. You can, but we have minimum wage laws in our country as well. I know, I remember those days, 563, how the times have changed. In your days, trolls used to be respected and feared, and now they're just laughed at. I know, I want summer temperatures to arrive as well. Well, I'm sorry. I'm glad that you now know about the Peter Principle. I kind of feel like I've finally reached it this year as far as gardening goes, because that's the one place I feel like I am incompetent. And then when people reach that highest level of incompetence, the very sad part is that people feel like they can't ask to step down. They can't go back to the job that they were actually competent at. Your statement, you think it's about killing... Martin Luther King Day is about killing those that try to unite the divided. Ooh, I like that. Well, maybe not killing those, but trying to kill their spirits anyway. You like Martin Luther King Jr.? The worst part about open borders, many people would fear that our world would turn, like many people say, a rising tide lifts all boats. But I think many people would fear, and do fear, that it would not be lifting our boats to have open borders, and that it would take our world down into a third world country rather than First Nation trading status like we have currently. The biggest problem with you're talking about open borders is this issue of welfare and the issue of healthcare, because some countries have healthcare for anyone who happens to be in their country, and even our country, you can go and get emergency care, but then you have a big bill for it. Other countries, you can go and get care and you're not faced with a big bill because the government decided to cover those costs. Yeah, misanthropy shows a lot of people feel like a lot of people would flood into our country as they're on the border right now wanting to come into our country, and that the more people you have, then you have to provide so much more for those countries. I'm sorry I'm not coming into your room on Twitch. The only reason, other than if you're dying, that you also benefit from going to a doctor is because if you need certain prescriptions that you can't get over the counter and you have to have the doctor write your prescription, that's one reason that you might have to go to the doctor. Jim Bob believes as long as people are not criminals and want to contribute, and then if they are criminals, we would put them in our criminal justice system, and that would be another cost. Electric Paisley says, we have 500,000 homeless and working people who can't afford health insurance or education. What are we going to give other people? Free goods when we don't even look after our own, and almost 1/5 of our country is on food stamps. True, the US is nowhere near a natural economy. Most countries are not. 488 has an incredible mother, and who he or she is blessed to be with. And Jim Bob says people are currently here aren't going anywhere unless you spend billions of dollars to deport them, or they had, if we did have open borders, they'd have to have other opportunities in other countries. And Bengalitis says EBT, basically food stamps, giving people food vouchers or whatever, prevents riots. Wow. Interesting, Isla Fries. Interesting. No, Gunter, I don't think if we stopped all immigration and threw any illegals or immigrants that the Americans would care any more about homelessness than they do anymore. I would like them to, but I don't think they would. Well, one way, if we were to open borders, if we wanted to get taxes out of people, would be to create a sales tax, so people that were here spending money would be getting it in sales tax rather than an income tax. Thank you, Doopster. No, it's not an immigration issue. You're right. Why, Reptoid? I mean, if people have health care, then they can be more productive, and if they're more productive, then that's actually better for the economy. You want to convince David to go to Los Angeles and break the teacher walkout deadlock because both the LA mayor and the governor can't do it. The 34,000 teachers need jobs. 599 thinks we need open borders. Jim Bob thinks we need border security and a pathway to citizenship. Everybody laughed at my idea for a pathway to citizenship. Not everybody, but a couple. David likes it, which is the pathway to citizenship could be through our U.S. embassies in other countries all around the world. Yeah, I think you will see that, Electra Paisley. I Live Fry says if you come here, instead of as an illegal, let's use the word immigrant. If you come here as an immigrant, you should pay back society by agreeing to house and feed 2 homeless children or 1 homeless adult. No, I don't think we should enslave anyone. That's one of the laws that we passed, and I think it should stay that way. Yes, true, 488. Good point. Maybe you can get one of the other people that's running for office. Yeah, actually, that's already a path to citizenship as far as immigrants serving in our military. Oh, did he? Then it's something that people would have to vote on, Taken. Well, can they? There is a way. The way that I would evaluate a person's validity for citizenship is the same citizenship that we currently have, and even the same requirements for how much money is in your bank account, but have them pass the same citizenship, just do it at a U.S. embassy in a different country. The only one that would not qualify is who is your current senator or representative, because right now they do it based on where you claim to be residing. But they could just up that to say name 10 current U.S. senators. And in fact, the citizenship that occurs right now for people to become U.S. citizens, I sincerely doubt that a lot of our high school graduates could actually pass the test, even though it's a pretty simple test. I'm not requiring other countries to report to me. I would be requiring U.S. embassies to report to me, where the U.S. embassies are actually considered U.S. soil in other countries. No, we're not going to demolish Ellis Island. It currently is a historical museum place, and it can remain that. If someone lacks the ability to see things from every possible angle, they have no business making decisions for others. U.S. embassies can find out who is criminals in other countries, and in fact, They have a closer relationship to people in those other countries. Well, maybe they lost this country because we killed off most people by spreading disease that they were not immune to, Reptoid. What needs to end misanthropy? No, don't do it! You'll be okay! Do we really have the funding and the requirements to monitor all those people? So then what do you care about immigration if you think the money and nation paradigm needs to end? Maybe what I'm suggesting is a stepping stone to that. Maybe not, but it's definitely different. Okay, you're right. European settlers taken. Well, I just... What do you think our own countries need, Allura? No, I'm not ever hoping that riots happen. Good, Jacket. I like you got new glasses. I hope that is good for you. Well, one of the things that I hope I would say with our immigration issues is that I do appreciate that they're trying to help build up the economy in other countries so that people can stay in those countries if they so choose. The people would have to travel to the embassy in Mexico City, and I would say that would take a lot of effort on their part. Yep. Have to show up in person. And like I said, it could be the same. Everything else could stay the same. But if you want open borders, I don't see why you would have even a problem with my idea. You just want to go straight to open borders.
That would be dangerous. We're already being, look at 32,000 teachers and other janitors and whatnot in California on strike right now.
People think they need you to go break the strike.
I'm not going to go make an appearance to break a strike because I want some quick media time. I'm not going to put myself out there to get arrested.
I know.
What are these people are insane? It's not going to make a hill of bean difference to the reality we're being censored here. Making a television appearance, all I would be doing is looking like an idiot trying to make a television appearance. It wouldn't be of any value.
Okay, I have to just say this. Wait, let me see. One thing.
Right back. I'm going to go.
Oh, that's your... Oh, that's cool. I get to watch that. Wow, nice job, a Nikon. Nice. It's such a good... Wait, never mind. David left. Well, there you go. And I get to play the game within my paradigm too and suggest differences, and you get to suggest differences, and there we go. I'll give you a link to the cricket song. I was going to sing Mr. Rogers, but then David left. That's my new goodnight song. I should just say goodnight. Well, I'll still be here. It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. It's such a happy feeling deep down inside. And when you wake up ready to say, I think I'll make a snappy new day. It's such a good feeling, a feeling to know that I'll be back.
I'll be back. When the day is new.
When the show is new. And I'll have lots to share with you. You'll have things you'll want to talk about. I will too. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah. That was very nice of you to sing too. A farewell guest song from your MK Ultra library. I'm just kidding. Sarah is not MK Ultra, okay?
I miss Rogers.
I don't celebrate Martin Luther King Day. I celebrate Famous People Day. That's the FPD. I'm going to call it FPD Day in the future. Yeah. It used to be Washington's Day. And then it was Lincoln's Day. The following President's Day was Lincoln's Day. Now it's Martin Luther King Day, but I'm going to call it Famous People Day. FPD Day. So FPDs will be celebrated, All Famous People Day. Yeah. We can call it anything we want. I'm not taking from Martin Luther King. He was a famous person too, just like Washington and Lincoln and all the other famous people. I'm not confusing anything with anything. Who was born on this day? Yeah. Let's find out. Hold, please. All I know is we used to have Washington and Lincoln. Now we only have Martin Luther King and President's Day. Okay, King Charles V was born on this day. Charles the Wise of France, I should say. Boy, a lot of people were born on this day. Not really of any note or importance. Wow, too many people to even mention. Forget it. Rasputin was born on this day. Wow. The Russian monk and confidant of Russian Tsar Nicholas II, born in Petrovskoye, Siberia, Russian Empire, 1916. And I don't like to make a big deal about the fact that I look just like Rasputin. You know, I try to minimize the fact that I'm identical to him in physical body shape as well. He was a mystic. And he was known for his ability to withstand death. As you can see, my face is almost identical to his. There he was. They tried to kill him 7 times. They beat him with a chain. They knifed him. They poisoned him. But he's still here. And his spirit stands strong against anyone who tries to take over. Yeah. He was the #1 BSer of all times. He had everybody in the Russian oligarchy, or excuse me, monarchy, believing he was a soothsayer. And he had predicted many things. I'm not sure if the Tsar himself, I'm not even sure if Nicholas ever was killed at that time. It's very possible that there's a conspiracy theory that Tsar Nicholas may have been King Charles V. Let me take a look at a conspiracy folder I have in my archive. Well, he got a beating and he got a shave, and they slit they stabbed him multiple times, but I think they drowned him. There's 7 different ways they tried to kill him before they could get him. Yeah. Horrible. Would you like to talk about Martin Luther as opposed to Martin Luther King today? No. Rasputin is no longer living. Elvis, though, we might have a possible Elvis sighting. Okay, I'm going to pull up my picture of Tsar Nicholas. Here's King George V. That's who I was referring to. Here's King George V. And that's really when things changed in England, and the Windsor family became so powerful. They weren't even called the Windsors. They created that name. Isn't that amazing? We've been buffaloed into believing that the Windsor family is some ancient name. And here's Tsar Nicholas. Now, I thought for a while that Tsar Nicholas may have just gone to another part of the world and become King George V. And it's a valid conspiracy theory, because there's a 7-year difference in their ages, it seems, in analyzing their ages. But upon deeper research, I found a photograph with both of them in it at the same time. And I don't believe this is a paste up, although that would be a brilliant way of convincing everyone that it was him. But wouldn't that be something if they were just pasted up back then, when you could paste documents? Very similar look, isn't it? It's almost, they were cousins, allegedly. Wait a second. That's strange. Why is this line, artificial line, going down the straight? Do you see that? Oh my gosh, look at that. That's not a shadow, that's a paste up. It is a paste up. My goodness. We might very well be onto a conspiracy theory here. Look at the line on the shoulder. No, I'm serious. This is like an early paste up right here. And look at how the line, as you go up with the picture, the line continues down. Straight, like a straight line. Look at that. You can't really see it. The only line of demarcation would be right toward this section right here. But it's dang, if it's a straight line going straight down, my goodness. This could be yet more deception. Tsar Nicholas might very well be King George V. We've discovered a possible conspiracy theory on top of our conspiracy theory. Why don't you grow up and realize that there's so many different details that we're missing right now? We're not all knowing, you know. Yeah. Just because you think you know doesn't mean you know anything. And perhaps that's the very core of what conspiracy theory is, really. Questioning yourself. Questioning your own reality. Recently, we've been told to believe that there is a possibility that PG&E were responsible for the terrible fires in Paradise, California. Leonard, I don't know. We have a phone here. I mean, it's on. There's no talk. We've always had phones here. You can always call us. I just don't take calls from trolls. Period. Well, yeah. Is Charles Schumer married to a transsexual? Here's another conspiracy theory. Now, this is the man the woman that Charles Schumer is married to. How come he's never come forth telling people he's married to a transgender? I mean, clearly this person looks like a dude. I mean, it doesn't take a West Point graduate to determine this. Come on, really? This can't possibly be a woman. I mean, seriously? So why is Charles Schumer not being out front about his desire to be with a tranny? like Richard Pryor. He slept with a tranny for 6 weeks. And he wrote about it in his book before he died. Richard Pryor did. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but that's another conspiracy theory. We got a few in the list here from our recent days. Here's a statement here that's very powerful. 125 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission for the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own a property, start a business, build a home, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, sell food. You can do virtually nothing without being extorted by the government and obtaining their permission first. If you still think you're free, you're dead wrong. You're deluding yourself. You're just a free-range human living on a tax farm. A free-range human living on a tax farm. That's all we are. Isn't that amazing? I know Bob looks like that. Yeah, you're right. Is Bob in the room now, or are you just having memories of Bob? Because you're not allowed to come in here and talk about other people in other chat rooms. I thought I explained that to you. Play this, Electric Paisley. Take a moment away from the end of the world here. Right now we're trying to contemplate.
We did receive 3 pages of comments from this young man. His family sent it out, and here's part of what. And there's a lot more to them. There's always a story that goes along with them that happened before and.
I'm not sure what this is. It's not popping up for some reason. This is from Syria? Okay. Jack Black playing saxophone. I don't do Jack Black.
3 pages of comments from this young man.
No, of course I don't support Cortez for president, because I'm the one who has to fulfill the job of president, not Cortez. She doesn't even understand how government is set up. She said the Congress is comprised of 3 branches. I'm sorry, but there's only the Senate and the House, Ocasio. Isn't that weird? It won't play for me. What is that exactly that you gave me? Electric Paisley? Yeah. Let me click on it again. I'll listen to it.
Receive 3 pages of comments from this young man.
I'm cranking up the audio.
We did receive 3 pages of comments from this young man. His family sent it out, and here's part of what. And there's a lot more to them. There's always a story that goes along with them that happened before and after something like this happens, and we have viewed video that gives a bigger picture of what happened leading up to that face-off between the student and the Native American elder. Here's what was one part of the statement from the student who was standing there face to face. He said, because we were being loudly attacked and taunted in public, a student in our group asked one of our teacher chaperones.
You know, this is so bad. This audio is so bad that I'm going to have to ask somebody to actually re-edit that. There's nothing wrong with Jack Black. The point of the matter is, I'm not going to be Jack Black. I'm not 5'3" with a loud, greedy-looking look on my face. Yeah, I'm 6'4". But if you want to bring Jack Black into the scene, you certainly can. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Jack? I can't believe anyone would think that Ocasio would be running. She's only 29. But if she was possibly, 34, she could qualify for offering her position up in 2024. It's possible, depending on what position she's in. All right, let's take a look if she can manage a state representative job in Bronx, which Hillary got her. And that's not really the big deal. I mean, Hillary... Heba Abedin happens to look just like Ocasio. There's a similarity that's strikingly real, and what's really disturbing is Ocasio has absolutely not appeared. She appeared on the scene right around the same time that Eva Abedin, the sister of Uma Abedin, Hillary's close lesbian love affair person with, alleged, was meeting with her. Yeah, this is very likely the same person. So, you know, Chelsea's not going to run, and Hillary may not run either because of her health, and her clone is a couple inches shorter than her, so it's a little problem there. But Ocasio-Cortez really has taken front row center stage because of Hillary's health. That's how she catapulted to fame, and she clearly looks identical to Eva Abedin. So I'm pretty sure that she is Eva Abedin, and Eva Abedin stopped tweeting right around the time that Ocasio came on the scene. Oh, okay. We have a con artist that was put out there to promote the separation of races between the Native American and the MAGA. This whole thing was a setup. The thing that we saw yesterday, or the day before yesterday, was a whole setup. Check this out. The Native American who mocked teens in MAGA hats, turned out he's a con artist hired by Soros. Let's take a look.
Veteran and often a really dangerous situation, you know. There's like, here's a group of people who were angry at somebody else, and I put myself in front of that, and all of a sudden I'm the one who's all that anger and all that wanting to have the freedom to just rip me apart, you know. That was scary. That and I'm a Vietnam Times veteran, and I know that mentality of there's enough of us, we can do this.
Then Phillips describes the tense moments now being replayed over and over again online when a young man got right in his face. Watch.
When I started going forward and that massive groups of people started separating and separating and moving aside to allow me to move out of the way or to proceed, this young fella put himself in front of me and wouldn't move. And so I could, if I took another step, I would be putting my person into his presence, into his space, and I would have touched him. And that would have been the thing that the group of people would have needed to spring on me.
CNN's Sarah Seidner asked Phillips what bothered him the most about Friday's confrontation. Here are his thoughts.
Fear, not for myself, but fear for the next generations, fear where this country's going, fear for those youths, fear for their future, fear for their souls, their spirit, their what they're going to do to this country. What they were doing wasn't making America great. It was just tearing down the fabric that was, that the whole idea, the spirit of America, that wasn't it, you know.
Okay, now where in this does it say that he's working for Soros? I'm sorry. Okay, The Guardian called him a well-known Native American activist who was among the leading the Standing Rock protests in 2016-2017 against the construction of an oil pipeline in North Dakota. Okay, he's an activist. Where does it say he's working for Soros? Okay, Standing Rock protests tied to Soros-funded group. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I see your point. You know, not many things happen in American politics that aren't staged, except for this show. We're one of the few alternatives. Wow, that's an eye-opener. You know, was the kid paid too? I mean, to get in somebody's face? You got to wonder. Zero Hedge has their take on the story. Just when you thought the blue-pilled perception of the world couldn't take another red-pilled reality check, after BuzzFeed's lies and mainstream media's Covington Catholic chaos, it turns out the man wandering quietly across the concourse. I'm sorry, wandering is spelled with a W-A, not W-O. I mean, wandering is spelled W-A, not W-O. That's weird. Anyway, I don't really want to belabor the point. Yeah, thanks for Zero Hedge's take on the whole thing. Yeah, Soros is behind a lot of left-wing stuff, no question about it. I agree. That's bad. I think that Soros should be charged with treason, but I think Trump should be charged with treason too. So it's like one or the other or both. Anyone trying to manipulate an election like Soros does and create riots with paid protesters like Soros does, with the Occupy group and the MoveOn.org organization integrated in various riots. Even one of the leaders of MoveOn became a leader of the KKK rally in Charlottesville, Virginia recently. Isn't that weird? And he was Soros funded. So creating hostility between the left and the right is what his game is. And creating hostility between races is another part of the game, or even genders. Races, genders, yeah. Charging our entire government with treason when I want to help change the government is not exactly a smart move. I've already said that many people in our government are corrupt, if not all of the Democratic Republican Party. There are a few independent guys out there that are really standing up against the Democrat Republican Party, but Bernie Sanders isn't one of them. And I would almost believe that Rand Paul could be an independent. That I like Rand Paul more and more the more I listen to him. And I think that Rand Paul actually is a kind of a changed man after his near-death experience when his neighbor jumped him. I think he's come out with a lot of good ideas, and I like him. He's one of the few people I'm beginning to like more and more. He stands up to big government, and he stands up to big corporations as well, which is exactly what I need. We've got a picture, a tweet collection from a man who constantly posts the truth about Israel's presence in Syria. Now, in case you didn't know, Israel's been bombing the heck out of Damascus lately, and very little of that press is getting through to the U.S. And this is a site that is, I literally had to go through a screening just to get to. But he's tweeting a simple statement that this Ahmad al-Issi guy, professor of English literature, is talking about what Israel's been doing. And he said, Israel's supporters imposed the silence of the grave on UN's SC towards the Israeli repeated aggressions against Syria. He goes on to talk about the aggressions against Syria. Syrian air defenses shot down more than 30 Israeli missiles, but 4 Syrian soldiers martyred and 6 injured. So apparently he's pushing their Palestinian directive. And in the Western press, this is completely severed from our view. I don't care what he looks like. He's just trying to represent what's happening and how Israel is doing these attacks against people in outlying areas. Isn't that weird that something like that's so suppressed you have to get filtered through just to see it? Kind of weird. Yeah, we don't get the news here. We just get the snooze. We just get filtered crap that comes at us. So if Twitter suspends their account that helped ignite controversy over the viral encounter, I really don't think that that's it really damaged control at all. I think the whole thing is designed to create racial separation and racial hostility. That's exactly my take. So I agree with that. Tonight, the big story really was two big stories. Whistleblower reveals that the UN planned invasion by refugees into the U.S. is already underway. We've got a full 1-hour video tonight about that. And we also brought you very pertinent information about a woman A woman who's just been captured. She was the mistress of a Russian oligarch who said that she has solid proof that Donald Trump was solicited by the Russian oligarchs during this past election. And she has been in transit to Belarus from Thailand. She's now been detained by Moscow and been held against her will. And I'm sure she's going to disappear. If this doesn't mean that they send Russian agents into Moscow to take her down, if this doesn't mean that they're trying to suppress her, I don't know what does. They don't want the truth that she says that she was privy to when she was with a man who is a top Russian oligarch connected. Her name is Anastasia Balchukevich. She was on a yacht owned by Oleg Deripaska, a Putin-aligned oligarch that worked with Manafort. And it turns out that Donald Trump has eased all sanctions against this man, which shows clear and obvious payback. Exactly. What the, I know. And now we won't even help get her into some capacity to get a deposition. I seriously doubt Donald is going to request Vladimir Putin to take deposition from girl who is trying to escape a control by a Russian government. Huh. Yeah. How about them apples? We have a new picture here of the new MAGA. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. Introducing the next president of the United States, Donald J. Putin. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. Have you ever missed a show? I've never missed a show in 10 years. I'm always here. I am unable to miss a show. My program runs continuously, without stop. Some privileged white boy smirked at you while you waited for your WAPA. Well, are you not white? Are you black? And you're angry that you're getting smirked at? Isn't that a little bit over the top? And have you ever wondered how many black people ever look at white people half in a way that it makes them feel weird? I mean, hello. I've been stared at. I've walked into airports and people look at me like, you are white privilege, man. You don't deserve to be here. Yeah, you got everything handed to you, man. I don't think so, buddy. I didn't get an education when I should have had an education, whereas people with B- averages like, well, make no mistake about it, Barack Obama, he got an education for free. The nation celebrates Milk Day. Today, Americans will celebrate Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday to commemorate his life, historic contributions to the civil rights movement. What do you think? It's still a little odd to me that the U.S. government takes a day off every year to celebrate its role in MLK's assassination. That's a pretty outrageous statement. You know, Pence made a comment today about how, we were going to bring, in order to make right of the democracy, we have to somehow thank Martin Luther King for his statement. And he made this outrageous statement. In fact, Martin Luther King's son has criticized Pence for making this statement. Let me read it to you. Martin Luther King's son on Monday criticized Vice President Mike Pence for citing the slain civil rights leader to make the case for a wall along the U.S.-Mexican border. On Sunday, Pence told CBS Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation in a discussion about ending the government shutdown, which was sparked by a dispute about the border wall, that, quote, the hearts and minds of the American people today are thinking a lot about it being the weekend we remember the life and work of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he went on to say, one of my favorite quotes from Dr. King was, now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. And you think of how he changed America, Pence said. Huh. And he says that's exactly what Trump is calling on Congress to do. So he's comparing his desire for a wall to keep people out of our country, which I prefer a fence, by the way, as some sort of a gesture that Martin Luther King wanted to make real our democracy. How is making a wall fulfilling the reality of our democracy? Well, I'm not using flower oil mist, no. I'm using something even better. Yes, it's bamboo. I've constructed a cocktail of bamboo spray that I spray on my head to make it stiffer and more thick. You like those words, stiffer and more thick? I believe that Martin Luther King was a segregationist. I don't believe anything in his speeches talked about integration other than him wanting to have little black boys play with little white girls. I thought that was kind of funny. He didn't want little white boys playing with little black girls. No. No way. But that's why I think Martin Luther King is really kind of a mythical character. When you read about Snopes, you'll find one of the most shocking stories you'll ever find. And we're going to read a little bit of it, and I'll give you the link to it. Okay. No, we won't be singing any Negro spirituals tonight. I'm so sorry. Fact check. Let's do that one. Okay. The Jesuits and the Zionists hang out. Yeah, the Masons and the Zionists and the Jesuits hang out. There's a big connection between the Vatican and the Nazis, too. Remember the Vatican rat lines for the Nazis to go to Argentina? The Vatican and the Catholic Church protected Nazis escaping Germany after World War II. So did we. With our Operation Paperclip, we brought them into our country. Lots of them, and they weren't all scientists. Well, they've managed to purge the story. This is not the story I thought it was. Nope, it was completely replaced. Wow. I am quite shocked. No one said finding the truth was going to be easy. They eliminated the story. My goodness, Snopes has pulled the story. Remember the story, Scissor Fight? We had, oh, you're not here right now. We had the story for years. I probably have a backup copy of it somewhere in my archives. No, we cannot listen to rap in the after show. No way. It's a violent language of musical hate. It may be truthful for some people, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell people violent thoughts in this show. Y'all understand me? Alright. Hilarious Aeromexico ad trolls the border wall debate with Mexican DNA discounts. Okay, let's take a look. Aeromexico is offering this deal.
Mexico's first destination is America. But America's first destination is not Mexico. So, we went to a typical American town to ask why they don't consider Mexico an option to travel to.
Would you consider going to Mexico?
No way. The idea of going to Mexico is not something that I would foresee.
That's not my cup of tea.
Let me stay here in peace and let those folks stay on their side of the border.
Do you like tequila?
Yes.
Do you like burritos?
Yeah.
Do you like Mexico?
No.
And when your company name is Aeromexico, well, so how do we increase USA flights to Mexico if a big part of Americans just don't like Mexico? According to the Department of Homeland Security, Mexican immigration goes as far as the 1800s, settling in on the South, meaning that a big percentage of Mexican ascendants in the USA doesn't even know it yet. So we did a DNA test to prove it and turn those results into discounts. The more Mexican they are, the more discount they get.
Joshua, you are 18% Mexican.
Oh, wow.
So you get 18% off to fly to Mexico. Charlotte?
I have seen enough of that. Thank you. Wow. Unbelievable. They'll go to no length just to get our DNA and somehow mark us down in their supercomputer, you know? They just want to harvest DNA from everybody. Oh, I can't take stuff like that. I don't want you RFID chipped. You know, they did a study and they asked how many people in America were willing to be RFID chipped. 25% of our country would be willing to be chipped. Any of you want to be chipped here? I'm just wondering if we have a different cross-section. Press 1 if you want to be chipped. Jim, I can't travel. I have too many death threats. I'm immune to punchlines, yes. No chippers except for Ace Spade. Boy, aren't you already chipped? They asked you to get chipped to keep your job, right? I don't want to chip. No, you don't want to be chipped, Doobster. What the hell, man? Why would you want to be chipped? Because you have other synthetic things in your body? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter then. Oh, well. No, you don't. No, see, he doesn't want to be chipped. See, he's joking. Thank you. Very funny. Ha 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 ha. I heard George W. Bush delivered pizza to the Secret Service detail that was protecting him and his wife, Laura Bush. People don't know that the Bush family were related to Nazis. Yeah, did I mention that? I guess we never talked about that recently. I think I talk about it in every one of our shows, but here he is.
Just wanted to support the federal workers who have...
I got to take that off the main screen. Hang on.
Have been furloughed because of the inaction of our government leaders, and I feel that they are unfairly being affected by the whims of our president and his fellow Republicans that are basically imposing no pay on people that have absolutely no decision in this process, and it's just unfair, and they need to be supported.
So bringing in more fluoridated water for the people who have lost their work, their incredible income they've been getting for months now. The average TSA worker makes about $30,000 a year. And now they don't. Same with the Coast Guard. They make $28,000 a year. Now they don't. And it's affecting a lot of our ports of entry. Have you noticed your port of entry is affected? Yeah, that's starting pay. You know, I discovered an anomaly last week on Wasteful Wednesday. We opened up the monthly Treasury report, and I pulled up the money our government is paying for our armed forces, and the numbers are off. It's so high that the average salary should be $130,000 per person. So there's somebody in our government right now making probably $300,000-400,000 in the military, offsetting the bell curve. $130,000 per person. You know, Marines only get about $35,000 to $46,000. Navy top dogs get about $150,000 if they're really, you know, top brass in the flyers. If you're a chemtrail pilot, you make $200,000 dumping chemtrails on everybody. Isn't that great? Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. I think the president gets what he deserves. 400,000 is more than enough. I would be willing to give 25% of that back to the local community and helping to build a food bank and providing tickets to our buffet. Yeah, we'll probably want to get people into the buffet who are special needs. You will have to shower before you get to the buffet, so we'll have an operational shower facility outside of the White House for all of the bag people to take their clothes off, wash them, and come on in for a buffet dinner. We might even provide you with new clothes. We'll have like a mobile service unit outside the White House for people who are in need of a good meal and deserve it. Thank you. I think the least we could do is offer people a cleanup and a shower and a mobile service unit. We'll have like a demo model out in front of the White House that homeless people in the area can go to. I'm not. Just because I'm offering a free shower outside the White House to go to the buffet, you think I'm sounding like some Nazi in a concentration camp? That's just ridiculous. Yeah, part of that White House should be a homeless shelter in the back, I think. We can do that. At least give them a place to shower, take a dump, wash up, have a nice meal, and get the hell back on the street. We'll even give them a free concierge, like a swag bag, where they can have a little mini tent in the swag bag, so that everybody will have a pup tent. Isn't that cool? Would that be great? That's where my extra 100 grand will go toward. I'll buy all my swag bag stuff at a discount, and we'll put money into the garden and grow organic food, and we'll put it in the White House buffet. None of our food will be sprayed with chemtrails, too. We'll make sure we'll tent the entire yard. We won't be dumping chemtrails when I'm president. I will stop this. I will have a speaker out there in which I will say, how's everybody feeling? And go, yeah, Dave, right on. You rock, bro. It's like, yeah, right on, guys. I hope you enjoyed the discounted buffet we gave you. It's free today. We'll have a free day. We'll do free buffets for people. I won't be president until the world changes. I expect 2088. But look at it this way. Your children's children will have a great president to lead you. She doesn't need to have a breast reduction. It's perfectly okay. You're just overly excited by your friend's girlfriend. Okay? Now you're trying to push agendas to get rid of America. We don't do that here. I showed Ayman al-Sisi's... it looks too much like ISIS to me. I showed his picture on the screen once. That's all I'm going to do. And we're not here to hate on Israel either. Scott, I can't be part of your cheap sex act that you're pulling off on TV. Do you have a lighthouse, Scott? Where is it, on the west or east coast? Living is hard. I've often wanted to live in a lighthouse, though. It sounds kind of appealing, Scott. We could do the show from the lighthouse. That'd be great. Cowell Brent, what you got? We need good ideas. You're right. We need people with brains. We've got Trump, and then we have his cronies. All, what, 6 billionaires? That's insane. Okay, something for my American friends to ponder. Let's take a look. The Democrats are playing you for political chump, and if you vote for them, not only are you a chump, you are a traitor to your race. Malcolm X wrote that. He was killed 2 days later. Wow. Right after he said this. Holy moly, I did not know that. Well, I've been saying the Democrats have been playing you for a long, long time. Just make a living in your car legal. Misanthropy, I will do that too. We'll make sure that people can live in their car, and I will make sure that executive order will be passed. Number one, we're going to legalize marijuana across the country. That's the first executive order. Congress can follow suit, but I will not in any ways impose laws against people growing it and using it for their own benefit, assuming they're within the legal limits of the state parameters of 12 plants in Michigan's case, 6 plants in California's case. We don't want people creating grow operations without even meeting state guidelines. Then we're going to start to impose a national way of making money on the growth of marijuana, superseding the states, but giving the states back money per capita based on the number of people in that state. And then we want to open up this possibility that there will be a living in your car moratorium. Anybody who lives in their car won't be Denver booted or ticketed. We'll make sure people can do this. No, they can still be ticketed, but they can't be Denver booted and can't be evicted. That's a serious thing, because a lot of people, that's all they've got is their car. And many people are getting their cars repoed for no reason other than to jack it up, put it, Denver boot it, and then take it away. And then they can't get it out and they can't live anywhere except in the street. So I agree with that. Also, no state should be allowed to get water off of your roof. No water catchment laws will be legal in the country. And I will make sure that no Department of Health will be able to stop you from creating your own portable toilet. I'm not going to, we will have health standards that will try to help people adjust to the problem, create a composting toilet. We'll help work with you, but we will not prevent you from putting something up out in the middle of nowhere. Simply trying to meet and the simple need of finding a place to go to the bathroom. It's a serious subject because it could affect a lot of people. There are young people right now that want to start out on their own, but they have to meet all these guidelines. And those are some of them I just mentioned. Fried chicken, yummy. Sounds like a good dinner. No. People living in their cars is what people do all the time. You're going to have to get used to it. If you sat around doing nothing like the Democrats, Republicans all these years, and you're wondering why you're living in a beautiful apartment in Venice, California, overlooking the ocean, and 14 people are living down the street in their cars, you led to this problem. You didn't do anything to help out. You didn't provide solutions. The Democrats haven't done enough for homelessness at all. When you lived in your van, how did you shower when you were living in Venice, David? Well, for 2 years, I lived in my van in Venice and Santa Monica. And I would take showers at a place that was very, very available at the time. There are showers at the beach, but you can't exactly do it at the beach during, regular hours, because there's usually some guy standing there going. But I would go back in the day. I would go to places that were public showers at dormitories, but they ceased to be public at that time. So it becomes a problem. They're no longer allowing anyone into their dormitories to use showers. Back in the day, I was formerly at the dormitory, so it was no big deal. But there was no law against it at that time. There are no published laws. But yeah, right now schools are locked out. You can't get into those places to shower. Right around that time, in the 80s, they kind of made sure that nobody could get into these places without being registered students or something. Hospital parking lots. If you're in Ohio, you've got the best rest areas in the country. You can pull into any rest area and find a shower on the road. It's phenomenal. Ohio is amazing. That's just one way to live in your car in Ohio. I'm sure you wouldn't, Scott. Some people are saying slut at the end of the video. I will bring back homesteading. I really believe that right now, in case you didn't know, you can still homestead in Alaska. Yep. The Homestead Act of 1862 is still valid in Alaska, which is phenomenal. Homesteading. Homestead Act of 1872 or 1862. So although the Homestead Act was enacted in 1862, it was not until 1898 that a special legislation extended the provisions of the act to the territory of Alaska. Even with the lure of free land, however, homesteading in the remote territory was slow to start due to poor weather and poor soils. And by 1914, less than 200 homestead applications had been filed. The last homestead to be awarded under the provisions was 1988. He had an 80-acre parcel up there. So I don't know, maybe they're not taking him anymore, but they were homesteading up there. But we'd like to return to the homestead renewal plan. No, I don't sing to whales, I sing to dolphins. Yes. Like the movie with George C. Scott, Day of the Dolphin. Ma loves Pa, Pa loves Ma. You ever see that movie? One of the best movies ever. This man claimed he could speak to dolphins. A marine biologist teaches his dolphins to communicate in English, but shady characters plan to kidnap the trained mammals for a more sinister purpose. Ma loves Pa. Pa loves Ma. Day of the Dolphin, great movie. If you haven't seen it, get it, see it, watch it on Crackle or something like that. So we couldn't pull up the truth about, this is just bizarre. I'm having a hard time. Snopes on Martin Luther King have completely pulled their sight down. It was completely in favor of describing Martin Luther King as a guy who solicited white prostitutes. I can't believe I can't find it. Let's see if it's still out there. No, they changed everything. Wow. Unbelievable. They've been re-editing the Martin Luther King wiki. Or Snopes has been re-editing it so that now there's no way we can actually find the truth anymore. I'm glad I saved it. It's in one of my backup files. I'll get to it. It's Martin Luther King Day for Charlie Brown. That's 8 minutes. It's the most offensive video. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's cool. I'll look at that later. Yeah. Yeah, believe me, Snopes is not the essence of truth, Leonard. I don't trust a thing about Snopes, considering their owners have been, so disreputable. I mean, they're all about making money, altering the truth to, say that Obama's not born in Kenya. I mean, this is ridiculous. The truth is about Snopes is this. Ain't no sunshine when she goes. Yeah.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive, Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen Dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true. One of them is a website called Snopes.com, which claims to be one of the web's essential resources on that matter. It was founded by husband and wife Barbara and David Mickelson, who used a letterhead claiming that they were a non-existent society to start their research. So now that they are divorced, with Barbara claiming in legal documents he embezzled $98,000 of company money and spent it on himself and prostitutes.
It's not unreal. I think that's funny as hell. Yeah, they're in taking money for putting out stories. It's totally not... completely biased, not objective at all. Here's that meme from earlier. I love this meme. Birds, they make straight lines to the beach. Turtles, wiggly lines. Crabs, kind of a unique pattern. Humans, just garbage. Just pure garbage. Disabled voiceover. No, it's just some guy doing a little bit of research on Snopes, which you could do yourself, Leonard, but you didn't have the balls to do. And he then created a YouTube account and then became internationally famous and then was completely taken off the internet for speaking the truth. Yeah, phenomenal. We got information just in on BBC News. Let me just show you what the article is. Let me get to it. This is a selfie of Donald Trump that was suppressed during a special meeting with Vladimir Putin that was not recorded. He took some private shots, just the two of them. Isn't that cute? No, there's no actual recorded audio from this clip. I think it went something like, "Well, you're so sexy. Donald, you're so sexy." "Oh, don't say that. You're just too nice to me, Vladimir. You've been giving me so many benefits, like all the money I'm getting. But you have to do things for me right now, Donald. I request it." "Oh, of course. Whatever you want, my love." All right. Here's the article, Explosive Martin Luther King Document. This is what I was after. Thank you. A secret FBI dossier on civil rights activist Martin Luther King alleges that he had a string of affairs and other sexual aberrations, as well as links to the Communist Party. It is dated just 3 weeks before Dr. King's assassination in April of 1968. Now, let me remind you that Martin Luther King Jr.'s family has openly said that the alleged killer did not kill Martin Luther King. Right. Hang on. Yeah, Dr. King was surrounded by advisors with strong links to the Communist Party. His statements were always subject to approval by alleged communist sympathizers. He was a secret supporter of communism, a wholehearted Marxist. Dr. King took part in drunken sex orgies and coerced young women to participate. He had love affairs with at least 4 women, including folk singer Joan Baez. Can you believe that? Man, this is the explosive BBC article. His reputation as a skilled speaker, despite his reputation as a skilled speaker, the FBI file claimed that other advisors approved everything Mr. King said. King is such a slow thinker, he is usually not prepared to make statements without help from someone, it reads. Interesting. King is a wholehearted Marxist who has studied it, Marxism, believes in it, and agrees with it, but because of his being a minister of religion, does not dare to espouse it publicly. Interesting. Well, let's be clear. I don't believe that Martin Luther King Jr. was gay. Unlike Barack Obama, who clearly had oral sex with Larry Sinclair in a limousine in 1999. And I'm not the only person saying it. Well, here is Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Wow. Now, Dr. King's son says his family believes that James Earl Ray was innocent. In an extraordinary face-to-face meeting in a prison conference room, this is March of 1997, James Earl Ray told the youngest son of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. today that he did not assassinate his father, and the son, Dexter Scott King, told Mr. Ray that the King family was convinced of his innocence. Now tell me about that. The very family of Martin Luther King didn't believe that James Earl Ray killed their father. James Earl Ray couldn't shoot a gun worth a bean. He was a lousy shot. He couldn't shoot at all. Yet he was found with a weapon that he claimed he didn't even own, in the front seat of a car when a guy named Raul had given him a ride and paid him some money to just sit there. This guy was a low-level criminal who spent the rest of his life taking the heat for killing Martin Luther King Jr. And nobody in our government wanted to even open the case when even the son of Martin Luther King Jr. believed that this guy didn't kill his father. You know who was at that fateful day when Martin Luther King was hanging out at a hotel frequented by white prostitutes where he died? Jesse Jackson. That's right, Jesse Jackson was right there, and he saw who pulled the trigger. He must have known. Yeah, the guy named Raul. The same guy that worked with Jack Ruby. Yeah, you know, the name Raul came up a couple times. Jack Ruby was involved with a nightclub underling, some underworld character named Raul. We never found out who Raul was. We would gladly find out right now about all this stuff if Trump would just release information. He refuses to release information on the JFK assassination or any of this. Trump has used the excuse that George H.W. Bush was around so they wouldn't release any information. Well, now George H.W. Bush is gone, so release the information. But Raul, whoever that Raul was a character in the Jack Ruby killing of Lee Harvey Oswald. And Raul was the guy who found that gun. Or excuse me, Raul was the guy that allegedly got to James Earl Ray and handed him an envelope with money in it and put the gun in the car. According to James Earl Ray, he didn't even know about a gun. But Raul had brought all that to him. Interesting connection. And also, the FBI agent that found the money and any information that was related was not allowed to testify because they said that he didn't have proper legal rights to access the car. So they disputed the whole thing, and the whole story of Raul was pushed aside. The FBI report itself was suppressed, and James Earl Ray was never allowed to get any justice. He died in jail. You are immaculate. That's right, Jim Morrison. Out here in the perimeter, there are stars. We are not stars. Oh, that looks perfect. That's perfect. That's going to be great. Out here in the perimeter, we are stoned. We is stoned immaculate. Out here in the perimeter, there are no stars. We is stoned immaculate. The poem by Jim Morrison. Beautiful, a beautiful rendition. I'll play that out of the Hoot tonight at 10. Yeah, no eternal reward. We have Wasted the Dawn. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure who Raul is, other than the name Raul popped up with Jack Ruby and with James Earl Ray. I am a sharpshooter. Yes. You're going to get stoned immaculate. Good for you. Covered a lot of territory tonight. You can't always hit on all the conspiracy theories. 9/11 is tomorrow. We'll talk about truth. And we'll also bring up the dreaded false flags that have been happening in our world. Hang on. Here is the Homestead Renewal Plan. The concept is to get people to work and get people home ownership and pride in ownership. And if people have a chance to make some money, 15 bucks an hour, helping to fix up houses, renovating them, this program will give you the chance to actually own your first home. Or maybe you are one of the people that had your homes foreclosed and you'd like a chance to win it back. Well, if the government owns the note on that house, you'll be the first right of refusal to get that house and work in the program. One person in your family would have to dedicate some time, but you might be able to own your house again. And with easy payments of $500 a month for 10 years, you'll be able to own a house just like this. And we'll even throw in the solar panel too. It's part of the deal. A former
one of the biggest medical
right, we've got a former pro-vax medical expert used by the feds now says vaccines can cause autism. Chatroom Celebrity found a very good link on that. Let's take a look at that. Oops. Right.
Controversies of our time. Vaccines. There's little dispute about this much. Vaccines save many lives, and rarely they injure or kill. A special federal vaccine court has paid out billions for injuries from brain damage to death, but not for the form of brain injury we call autism.
I happen to know that the entire vaccine industry is completely, utterly corrupt. RFK Jr. recently made a statement publicly saying that these companies are veritably getting full support from the CDC. In fact, the CDC is ostensibly the industry leader in vaccines. There's an echo from my mic. Thank you. All right. You will see video in a bit. I'll play that tonight. Yeah, and I'll put it in vaccines as well. I've got a special section. Well, flu shots are full of all kinds of things, and they're not exactly safe. If they've proven to be successful, I could say, yeah, sure. But in most cases, they're not. You're better off with vitamin D supplements because during the flu season, which is usually the cold, there's not a lot of sun. And sun is one of the best destroyers of flus. Yet you don't hear that from the CDC. You don't hear what I'm saying about vitamin D from the CDC. All you hear, I'm still on the show. Yes, thank you. I haven't muted my mic. Isn't that amazing? No. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No. It only happens for less than a minute in the show. The screen is not frozen. We're still broadcasting. Here's 10 houses in your state you can buy right now for under $10,000. Wow, only in your state. This is good news. So many people are taking houses and fixing them up. Good. That's a mobile home and a mobile home park. Yeah, I'm sure. Yep, that's decent. Yeah, you can live in a mobile home park. Yep. It's not bad, but you got to pay a monthly fee of like $300 to $500, if not more. There you go. Nice. There's another one, 9,900 mobile home park. That's not exactly living on your own property. That's, yeah, there you go. This is a 3-bedroom, 1-bedroom fixer-upper near the Navy base in Pensacola, Florida. Right buyer, this is property. You don't have to pay a monthly on this. Yeah, that's cool. More mobile homes. Common to see mobile homes. Yep, more mobile homes. You get mobile homes all over the country for around $10,000, but you got to pay a monthly, anywhere up to $300 to $900 a month. Another mobile home. It's rare to see houses, but thank you. David, are those houses near places where you can get a job? Yeah, Pensacola, Florida. The military is always hiring contracted workers. Sure. They don't tell you the $500 a month. That's the fine print, yeah. Well, that one house in Pensacola looked like a possibility. I can take you to a house right now on the, if you want, I'll take you to one of the coolest deals in America. Would you like to go? We got a little time here to, yeah. Got to put my pictures away first. I've got pictures of Donald Trump I have to sort. Trump, Putin, love. Yeah, everything Donald Trump does, he does for the oligarchs. And he says nobody's been harder on Russia than he has. How has he been hard at all on Russia? I mean, how could he even substantiate that statement? All right, let me see if I can find this. No. Okay, here we go. The #1 value in the country, in my opinion, bar none, this beautiful mobile home is actually a modular home. Not a mobile, it's modular, that was built in order to provide a beautiful house. It originally sold for $120,000, I believe. It's right near the water. $19,900. It's got 3 beds, 2 baths. It's got some water damage. You can see that at the bottom. That's definitely water damage. But it's got tiling and hardwood floors throughout. All that's painted, needs to be finished off, the kitchen. Nice fireplace, nice wood floor. You're getting the whole property for this. This is these slat wood floors. They look like wood floors, but they're put in with, that's a nice bathtub. Everything about this house is good, except for one thing. I was trying to find out what the heck this is all about. What's it all about? Why is this house so cheap? It was built in 2004, so it's like, yeah, check this out. I'll give you guys the link to this. You can check it out, but I'm going to tell you all about it in just a second. Tax history is amazing. It went from actually it was 90,000 sold in 2017. Somebody bought it for $90,000 in 2017, but now they put it out there in 2019 for, it went progressively down to 19,900, right near the water. Okay. There's only a couple things wrong with this. It needs major rehab, but no utilities are on the property. But it's a canal front lot with a modular home on it, no utilities. So if this was ever the perfect grid, off the grid home, I don't know what is. Now let me show you how weird this is. Yeah, it must have been flooded because you look at it and it's right next to the water, see? And you close in on it and it's got 2 bogs right next to it on both sides. It's a canal home. And this canal looks like it needs a little dredging. But for some reason, there's no utilities in this property, so it'd have to be off the grid home and you'd have to contact the realtor. But what a deal. You probably have an ocean view or something out the side. Only one problem. It is right near what could be perceived as, you know, the North River Game Land, which happens to be Alligator Central. It's like, okay, there has to be a catch here. It's a beautiful house. I'm telling you, $19,900 for this house is a steal. It's the best deal on the internet. But here's the link. You want it, you got it on Zillow. Yeah. It's got something going on. No, but look at that link. If that isn't the best deal out there, but no utilities. I don't know why it doesn't have utilities. Somebody must have had utilities at one time. There's no gators in North Carolina? Oh, really? There's a National Gator Reserve in North Carolina. They actually have a reserve for gators there. You're talking about North Carolina, man. Okay. You cockroach. Okay. You're out in your front yard and you've got all the ladies and the women, the power, and then you've got an alligator who wants to eat your head off, okay? The American alligator, right. Management, North Carolina. It's there. Prehistoric presence of crocodilians and their ancestors in North Carolina. Yeah, they're all over the place. Right near where I just brought you, there's a reserve below there. Yeah, I just don't trust it. I mean, with those those beautiful waterways, you're out hanging out. Look at the beautiful. This is such a great deal, honey. Oh, what's that in the water over there? Oh, and then it comes snapping out at you, eating you. Yeah, you don't know when an animal is going to come through a waterway and just sneak up on you. I mean, hello. There's not a reason for that low-cost property, I'm sure. Hey, good night, my beautiful cat, Fluffy. Thank you for putting your cat in the show. It's always fun to see her picture. Thank you. Yeah, I made a total vow of poverty. It's true. Yeah, I don't spend money on anything hardly. Thank you. Yeah, they get pounded by hurricanes too. That's probably where the water damage came in. But you know, that was not a bad build. I mean, for the price, that went down from 90 grand 2 years ago to 19.9. So there's got to be a reason. You'll have to talk to the realtor about it. But that's a hell of a deal. Anyways, that was we bring you good deals here if you're looking for great answers to your problems in the country. Tonight we introduced the BioScarf, which is a brand new form of functional clothing that will filter the air that you breathe. The Health Ranger store is teaming up with BioScarf to bring you the first functional and fashionable air filtration garment on the market. Here it is. News you can lose or use depending on whether you want it or not. 15 houses you can buy right now in South Carolina for under $10,000. Let's take a look. These could be single houses. You culled the list. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Now you're talking. South Carolina. Even closer to the alligators. Sure, why not? Nice. You won't find any alligators in this residential area. This is decent. Good bones. These houses are sometimes older. But you'll find this brick home in Greenville. It's almost 1,400 square feet with 3 bedrooms and a bath. They need to give it some little love, but look at that. Yeah, it's not bad. These are pretty good. This is a good site you found. Thank you very much. Look at that. Wow. You find a lot of hardwood floors in these older houses, which is a great feature, by the way. Most people don't realize how nice. That's a decent kitchen, you know. 2 bedrooms and a bath in Greenville. This is a fixer-upper. I'd go with that one any day. That's decent. Anyway, I just want to make people to realize that there are affordable houses out there. If you guys over at Vaughn or at iBlog want to see that link, here it is from Vaughn. Yeah, they do need 50,000 renovations, no question about it. But if you're a person who's handy with just doing some basic drywall replacement and, you know, insulation, it's not a big deal. A lot of these houses can really be fixed up. And if you have that confidence to fix up a house, say you want to work in our program, our homestead renewal plan, you could own one of those houses that are completely renovated for you by other people. As long as you're working in the program, you feel the pride in that ownership. We want to engender pride. And one of the things that I think is important when I do the show, I often bring up the simple fact that we are offering a $400 basic income for people who have a desire to live, you know, with a little extra in their pocket. So this $400 a month could actually help finance your fixing up of a house. That's the little extra you need to buy some products like Home Depot and Lowe's have. Believe me, this $400 a month per U.S. adult could veritably stimulate our retail sector, get it going, ramp it up. Yep. You can get do-it-yourself videos on anything that's going on in your house on YouTube now. Yep. So what I want to see in America is a new sense of opportunistic living for people, where people find new opportunity, new housing, ideas, where it's no longer a big, huge challenge to buy that 30-year mortgage, because that's a huge waste of money. The challenge is to buy something affordable, because we got so many houses that are in need of repair, and fix it up. And if everybody, say you're in there with 3 other adults and all 4 people want to take a house and fix it up, you can do that with that kind of income. The $500 a month cost for the homestead renewal plan will be augmented if you all pitch in $175 each toward that monthly. You could actually participate in the program and have a group house for all 4 of you. That would work too. The title would be in one person's name though, so you'd have to decide who it belonged to. And they'd be required to make that payment themselves, but they'd have to pool together the funds to do it. If you get food stamps right now and you don't get anything like disability or Social Security, your food stamps with this program I'm suggesting will go up to $400 a month, giving you more than enough for your food and a little extra for whatever you want to do. You like to eat gators? Well, just set up gator traps around that house out there in North Carolina, man, right on the water. That's a really nice place for a fisherman, man. I'm telling you, that house, you live off the grid in that house. It would be like the ultimate place to live if you're into water and fishing and not worried about alligators. Yeah, and snakes. Okay, we got a request to find an RV for $2,500. Do you want one with an engine or a trailer, Leonard? You want to find an RV in the Texas area, Houston. That's going to be easy. Yeah, Leonard, running livable. So you want an engine? You want an RV, essentially? Or are you happy with the trailer? Yeah, livable. You can find some. Yeah, seriously. I'm not pulling your leg here. Okay, so you want something that is an RV that can get you around in Texas. Okay. Texas. Houston, Texas. Hey, we reached the end of the show. See how fast this show goes? It's amazing. I used to have like a thing where I thought, gee, 5 hours of nonstop talk. How am I going to do that every day? Nope, there's no bald spot. No, sorry, buddy. No, I keep a short haircut. Yeah, thank you. You know, minivan that sleeps 5. Okay, let's start with Houston. Let's go to the RV section at Craigslist and set your parameters up to have the price arrow going up. That's going to find your lowest items first. Then go down to the bottom of the page. That's not going to have anything. Go to the next page. Bottom of the page. Chances are there's nothing here. These are monthly rentals. Wow, a 2002 28-foot fifth wheel is only $300. What? No weak spots. The trailer is gutted out. Great for projects to build. However, yeah, this guy gutted his fifth wheel out, and he's willing to sell it for $300. Tell me this isn't a cool opportunity. If you got a truck and you're a single guy, that's perfect. Wow, Doomster, you should get in on that. $300. It's gutted. It's already had half the work done. That's a pretty good deal for $300. I'm going to set the minimum price at $500 and the maximum at correct. That's another way to do it. We'll set the minimum price for $500 and the maximum at $2,500. And we're going to just see what that pops up at. Okay, you got another $500 fifth wheel. We're looking for a vehicle with an engine that's running, not a trailer. That's rent to own. A London Air fifth wheel, new pictures, deer hunters reduced. That's hilarious. I want to find something with an engine. I'm going through really a lot of trailers at the $1,000 mark. There we go. Chevy Country Squire. Let's see if it's running in Crosby, Texas. Runs good. With title and registration. There you go, buddy. Yeehaw. Now, there's no picture inside, so chances are you're going to get something really dingy, smelly, disgusting. That shouldn't be a barrier. Yep. That was a pretty cool one, the deer hunter one back there, but I'm moving forward here. So this is totally doable. Here you go for $1,500. It's an RV that runs good. I don't have any inside pics, but you could email him and find out. It is looking promising because it's got some decent stainless steel. You know, it looks like he's been taking care of it on the outside, but it's probably kind of, you know, leaky inside. There's some black mold, and yeah. Okay, you don't want black mold? Okay, let's take a look at what you got to check that link out anyway. Okay, Leonard? That's worth looking into. It's a truck camper, Chevy Scamper, 76, $1,200, but it's got a leak on the roof. Yeah, that's a disaster. I wouldn't know. That's worse than the other one. Oh, these are cool. These Bigfoot travel trailers. Have you ever seen one of these? For $1,200, this is a steal. This Bigfoot travel trailer is really lightweight and goes easily behind a truck. For $1,200, this is a steal by far. These are so cool. That's a nice little trailer for like a single guy and an RV. Get a pickup truck and you're good to go. They're light frames. That's pretty decent. Yeah. Anyway, getting back to anyone want a link for that? You bought an RV for $50,000 and rented out for $500 for 2 weeks. Oh yeah, there you go. You could definitely pay for your RV by renting it out, but you never know if you're going to get it back in shape. Teardrops for $1,500. Those are cute. He's got 2 RVs here in Brookshire, sold separately. Do not run or drive. No. See, that one that runs good for $1,500 is a better deal than these. Whoa, this is nice. RV needs a roof and some damage to walls. Interior has been stripped. This is an RV for someone who wants to rebuild one. You need to put a carb in the Ona generator. Brand new unit included for $1,500. Huh. It looks like it's running. That's a fairly modern one. Yeah. So all you have is that inside shot there, but that's a pretty modern one for the price. It's a 1996 Jayco. Yeah, there you have it. Let's see if we have anything around the 2,500 mark. Lots of good stuff here. You could live in that truck cab right there for $1,700. Some people do. You can actually, one person can live in one of the backs of these trucks. They got a lot of deals in Houston. This is not exactly low cost. 24-foot Jamboree with a clean title. Fuel pump interior work. So you probably have a fuel pump issue. But that's a decent, yeah, Jamboree, 24-foot. That's got everything you need to get on the road and live that wonderful life. That looks like a decent value, but I think the fuel pump's going to have to be replaced. All right. Golf cart. I enjoy looking at these. It's just fun. I don't know. There's something about it that... Yeah, so I think we topped out at 2,500. That's about all we've got. Thank you, Leonard. Good luck. I'm spiraling. I'm gone. No, I'm still here. You live in a Chevy and Ford conversion van. Yeah, those are nice. Yeah, no question about it. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear. Pictured Kentucky students from the same Catholic high school as the teens who taunted a Native American man were allowed to don blackface at their sporting events and openly goaded African American players. Wow. So these Kentucky school students were using blackface openly. They're like a racist go-to group that they allow just for cameos. It looks like that meeting in D.C. with that Native American that was funded by George Soros. And these young Kentucky guys who like to do blackface. It looks like they were goading the whole situation. It looks like it's a George Soros plan to create racial hostility. We got that covered. Thank you. Thanks for helping reveal this tonight, everybody who's involved. No, I was the guy I'm the blackface candidate who ran in 2008. In 2009, I did blackface. Yeah, I couldn't believe that Obama had this man who lied to the American people about his birth certificate. I couldn't believe he was getting away with pushing the New World Order BS, the Zionist BS, as their puppet president. So I did an impersonation of him. And I would never disavow blackface because it is what this country stands for, freedom of speech. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand the meaning of what we need a third party for. So anybody who claims I should disavow that should just go back and destroy your entire mentality about America, because it's been altered by your democratic views. We are dedicated to free speech. We are completely open to the idea that even Muslims can come in here and practice their religion freely. Not the hysteric xenophobic attitude that Donald Trump and the right-wing Republicans are pushing right now. We've got videos of the earlier footage of the Native American veteran Nathan being mocked by Trump supporters is so much worse. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, they were like fully on track to create race wars. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody made this whole thing happen, and I wouldn't doubt it was George Soros. Seriously. Nothing will stop this man from trying to divide our nation. He's making music, yeah. It's called Native American music. Kids being kids, but yeah, they're having fun. The point of the matter is, this is all contrived by George Soros. That's what we're finding out now. And it's not something that would be in any way impossible to predict in a country that's a melting pot filled with all kinds of views. We don't want to define our nation as a group of politically correct, stuck-up assholes like the Democrats do. Nor do we want to define our country as hate crime criminals either. We're talking about freedom of speech here, folks. The Covington Catholic boys harassed my friends and I before the incident with Nathan Phillips even happened. I'm tired of reading things saying they were provoked by anything other than their own egos and ignorance. Wow. Let's listen to her.
I'm so tired already.
Yeah. She's tired of being harassed by the same people. So it's these people are rabble-rousers. They were purposely put out there. And then Soros probably purposely put that guy there just to trigger this reaction. Yeah. All right, I think we covered the territory, everybody. This is the end of the Conspiracy Monday show. Wow, a lot of stuff to deal with tonight. Again, to recap, day 31 of the government shutdown. Fox News' Chris Wallace hammers Pence, you could open the government tomorrow. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was savaged on Twitter after trying to pay respect to Martin Luther King Jr. today. And Pence recited some of Martin Luther King's expressions, which didn't land very well with people. Yeah. And Jamie Lee Curtis admits jumping the gun about Kentucky student in viral confrontation with Native American. So she's pulling back from her position. Senate is weighing Trump's proposal to end shutdown with passage unlikely. If the Democrats and Pelosi think she's so empowered by this big, huge win in the midterms, not realizing that everyone voted for the Democrats simply to start an impeachment process, it's too bad no one can tell Pelosi that they didn't vote for amnesty. They didn't vote for more Obamacare, which is ripping everybody off. They didn't vote for a ridiculous attempt to push their agenda, which involves cap and trade legislation, all these other things that are ridiculous. The American people simply want credible oversight over Trump, and they don't think that Mueller's doing it. That's why the Democrats won the midterms. And Nancy should realize it's not an approval of them and their budget making. They're horrible. They spend way too much money, these Democrats. But Donald Trump is remiss for not actually shrinking the budget right now and putting together alternatives like bringing the National Guard in to replace our TSA workers and helping to do park cleanup with trash collection. That's all we really need. Creative solutions like this will help our country roll along during this time when Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer realize they're no longer in the limelight and people are wondering what the hell's wrong with you, that you can't fund a simple $5 billion fence idea. I'm not looking to recite articles from people who are racists here. That's not going to in any way make... Yeah, if the blonde girl I showed shows a Twitter of her making racial slurs, I really don't care at this point. I'm more concerned about the racial hostility that those moments captured that creates this huge story, which is obviously some sort of a diversion. Trump is guilty of all kinds of money laundering with Manafort. All these stories about racial hostility is all to keep the eyes off of Trump. Even George Soros is a friend of Trump's. In case you didn't know, Soros loaned Trump $160 million to build a Trump Tower in New York. I mean, this is crazy. I'm not defending a dumb woman. I'm saying there are a lot of stories here, not just yours. And this whole racial hostility here is really a diversion from what's really happening, which is Donald Trump has a sex selfie out there. We have a sex selfie of Donald Trump. It's been listed as one of the items in the inventory that Concord Management Consulting requested of Mueller's team. In the Trump file is a sex selfie. I'm serious. It's out there. So if you don't think a sex selfie is important to divert our attention from, our president has a sex selfie out there, okay? They just met privately with the Supreme Court to discuss this issue, I believe. They don't know what to do with it. It's a national security risk. If he's being leveraged by the Russians, and the Russians have been saying to Donald Trump that he has to actually shut our government down as part of their goal. Yeah. And there's a real reason why they're not allowing this, Trump isn't allowing to sign this budget into order. Yeah, the real question is it a Russian plan? It could be. I want to see Trump's sex selfie. I'm tired of it. I don't want it to be hanging out there like some dangling dingus in the middle of America's politics. If he's got to want to show his mushroom, let it happen. Because we don't need that leverage against Donald Trump by the Russians. And if they're using that to control him and to stop our country from actually functioning and shutting our country down like he's doing, we need to get that sex selfie out. So, Mueller, if you're listening, I want you to show the sex selfie. Let's get it over with. I want to see it. I want to see what my penis looks like. He might not be able to see it with his belly so big, so maybe he needs to see it too. Hey, great time, lots of fun. You don't get this level of humor in a club for $45 a night. So consider it a free night for every night you get laughs out of this show. Apparently, nobody's laughing. I mean, it's like I feel like I'm in Shecky Green at the Catskills here. Are any of you people on Quaaludes or Xanax? I mean, Forest River, $2,005. What? Yeah. Flat screen TV. No, these are the come-on ads. You can't get these. They're come-on ads. Yeah, there's all over the place. What they do is they solicit your mailbox, your email with those ads. I've seen them all the time. Yep. They're too good to be true. They last on Craigslist for about 2 or 3 days, and then they get people claiming they're not real. If you make a phone call to that number, they'll just take your phone number and your email address. It's just an email suck machine on Craigslist. You're on Xanax and beer right now? Super. No wonder you think that woman was a racist. Yeah. You hear that sucking sound? Those are your tax dollars being sucked out of your pocket. All right, this is the end. This is the end, my only friend.
Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator host.
Chris Hansen has been arrested I don't know if he's on bail, but he's been arrested over bounce checks. This was in just a couple days ago.
Has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday in Connecticut, turning himself into cops over a series of bounce checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but allegedly failed to pay the business for the goods when the checks didn't go through. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail. He hasn't commented on the case.
Yeah. Well, not only did he write bounce checks once, but twice for that same payment. So he's got some problems to deal with. I appreciate the time I've spent with you all tonight. We've got a few trailers for a few movies coming up here. Yeah, yes. Montana Murder Mountain. We got a trailer for that, and let's see. Let's Player's reaction to the Donald Trump reference. Life is Strange. Not sure what that is. And then we've got, it's MLK Day, Charlie Bro. I've never seen this before, but we'll look at it again. In the meantime, we'll be signing out with little Jim Morrison. But thank you for coming in to our show and watching it. We are Can't Stop when we won't stop, and we'll keep going until we get media coverage in America eventually. All right. See you later, everybody.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.